Kindly take a seat so we can start our second day of the summit. Okay, I'm going to start. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. My name is Haneen and I will be coordinating this event. We are very pleased to welcome back those that joined us yesterday and those that joined us today. Today marks the second day of the first of its kind Mobility Education Summit. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. My name is Haneen, and I will be coordinating the event for today. If anyone would like to have a translation headphones, they are available at your disposal. So please, you can go ahead. Today marks the second day of the Mobility Education Summit, where we are joining, we are hosting this with all our partners, and we have team of experts that are joining us from all over the world to discuss and to present to everyone about the education of mobility in terms of what is currently in the market and what is expected to be in the future. Moreover, we are raising awareness on mobility and education through this summit. EDC is proud to welcome all the partners in this event and honored to gather mobility experts from all over the world. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously help us make this happen. and including the incredible EDC team behind this event, with our CEO, the leader of our team, Mr. Khalid Al-Shimili. Well, I don't want to take much of your time, so please welcome with me on stage Mr. Manuel Precadi, Secretary General of European Driving School Association, who will teach us more about the driving training that is currently being inhabited in the EU. Please please.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, we can start. As we have mentioned yesterday with my colleagues, the previous presentation, we are representing the European Federation of Driving Schools. Currently, we represent 24 driving school associations and 12 stakeholders involved in road safety, and we also have 7 partners who has a university, institute of research, whom we are working with for trying to standardize the European training curriculum and trying to standardize the driving instructor curriculum as well, and thinking about lifelong learning for all the drivers. As you can see in this slide, the European scenario is really fragmented. Country by country, we adopt different systems, and this representing some of the last results from one of our last surveys regarding the training curriculum in the different countries. And as you can see, the different roles, most of them are completely different, one by another one. This is the reason why we are starting to work at the European level with the European Commission, and we started to work with different projects, some of them financed by the European Commission. One of the first projects we attended and we were partner is the Safe to Wheelers project. The aim of this project is to understand how and if it should be possible to have a European curriculum for training the riders. So this was financed by the Coast Action. Coast Action is a plan for universities, partners of the European Commission, and we have been attending to these different meetings, participating to the different exercises as the ones that you can see, for understanding if should be possible to introduce something new, relevant topics into the rider trainings. So we have done different exercises with eye trackers or simulators, so using some of the technology that should be useful for the riders training. One of the most relevant projects that we were members is SimuSafe. SimuSafe is a European funding project. We were the Germany members as EFA of this very big project. Was funded with 8 million euros, and the aim of this project was to understand how we can update the system, so the hardware for the simulators. And one of the new things evaluated is to create a simulator to riders, to pedestrians, to cyclists, and to drivers. So one of the things is create something that should be 360 degrees involving the road users. We used the FASTA-V model methodology for analyze all the data, and as you can see, we developed realistic multi-agent behavioral models. The role of the EFA in this project was to understanding if it should be possible to introduce at the European level some training with the simulators. So we're gathering data from all the different member states, understanding which is the curricula for getting the B driving license and for becoming driving instructors. At the end of the project, the result showing that IFA and the other members will they accept, allows the use of the simulators during the training of novice drivers just in some field. So we support the use of simulators in bad weather condition, in the training made by night, because you have to consider the different weather situation we have in Europe. So from the Scandinavian country, make the training by night during the summertime, it's really complicated. Or if the students, they will have to make the driving license in the summertime into the Mediterranean area, it's really complicated to find some rainy days or with bad weather conditions. Another project where currently we are doing is a Fit to Drive. Fit to Drive is a project financed by the European Commission involving 7 countries and 10 partners. And the aim of this project is understanding the fit drive of the truck drivers, so the vocational drivers. The aim is to design and produce some devices that should be useful for the policemen, agents, when they stop the drivers, they will be able to understand if the drivers are suffering fatigue or they just fit drive. The aim of our association is, so the task, sorry, of our association is to collect data from the different countries, collecting data for the driver curriculum for getting the vocational license, and organize some tests on the road. So we are contacting different truck drivers. We have started in Spain and in Italy. So we will put a device as a tachograph, and the specialized member are starting to analyze these data. So at the end, it will be required to understand if it should be possible to introduce some news into the driver's curriculum for reduce the risk of distraction into the driving or some negative effect as fatigue. Another project we are working in is Wrong Side of the Road. Wrong Side of the Road is a self-financed project we are doing with a global company who sells spirits for sensibilize the novice drivers about the risk of drink and drive. And there has been produced a list of videos creating the different scenarios with different offender drivers. And so also the offender drivers, they show how the life is changed for themselves if they have driven drunk. And this is really interesting because this is a project that involves the students to take part actively into the driving lessons. Normally, it's not very easy. It's a topic is really complicated to explain and to be impressive for the students because, as we are used to say, in Europe, but not only there, probably at a global level, the 90% of the students that go to the driving school do it just for getting the license, not for really understand the awareness of the risk of the driving and the consequence that can arrive. So we started with some European countries, some Mediterranean countries, and the project will end at the end of 2024. Another project, self-financed, that we are doing is linked to BLS. BLS is basic life support. With the motto, learn to drive, learn CPR, we have created a video would describe a situation where a driving accident occurred and the young people start to intervene to save the life of this guy who suffered the accident. The aim of the project is to introduce at a European level the BLS training as compulsory. And with the first step of the next step of the project, it will be to train the trainer. So we will work with the European Council, Resuscitation Council, and they will train our trainers, and then our trainer will be able to train and certify all the students attending to their classes. We presented this video at the Road Safety Global Film Festival, and we are really honored to have won the Green Prize. And as you can see in the picture, we have been celebrated at the UN in Geneva. The next project we would like to attend, we would like to prepare, and we are started to design, are linked to the other topics that we are really interested because are parts of the training curriculum. I speak about the progressive driving license system. Yesterday we had a chance to listen to our colleague from Belgium who was explaining the process and the work done in their country. It is directly linked to the work that we are working in Europe, at the European level, for the changing of the new driving license directive. We would like to work together in the high-quality hazard perception test. So one of our members of EFA is a company who provides this high-quality test on hazard perception, because we would like to introduce at the European level this test, because we think it's really important to give notice to all the novice drivers. And as mentioned before, one of our aims is to develop a lifelong learning process program for all the drivers. In Europe, we are suffering a big problem, that the aging of population, and we estimate that the 85% of the drivers, the European drivers, got the license at least 20, 25 years ago. So the vehicles are changing, the roads are changing, and we need to update their knowledge and skills sometimes. These are some of the slides that you probably already have seen yesterday, presented by our EFA president, Enrique Lorca, who's showing the process that we are living in Europe. The European Commission is proposing the new driving license directive. The new driving license directive is estimated will come in February of the next year. Then the process includes the driving license will be sent to the European Parliament to have discussed on the item proposed. We have attended to the 3 workshops as a stakeholder involved into the field of training, and some interesting things are exit from this workshop. One of the things that we have proposed is to change completely the concept of driver trainings we already had for the last 50 years, introducing some system that include more the professional of the driving instructors. And so we think that the topics linked to the skills have compulsory to be done into the driving schools by the professional driving instructors. And we have to consider that these topics has not to be examined, evaluated by a test, but should be certified by the driving instructors as well. Today we have enough technological device to certify and avoid the frauds of the people who's cheating. So these are the topics, and if you can see the left column, so two of these topics are the one linked to the project that I showed you before, the one linked to the risk behavior, the factor of risk as alcohol or drugs, or the hazard perception, what we mentioned, and the last but not the least, the post-accident care regarding the BLS maneuver. Here is the same thing that we propose into the European Commission regarding the practical parts. So on the left column, you can see the things that have to be done into the driving schools compulsorily. One of the things that you support included into the matrix is to update the content. So the most important thing we told to the Commission is, if we estimate that the European new directive will be ready in February 2023 and have to be completed the process into the Parliament, will be published probably into 25. And it means that the member states will adopt this directive not before 28 or 30. So it means that if we speak about the characteristic of the vehicle, the risk is that the directive will contain things already old. And so we need a system more flexible. And this is the reason why we say, please delegate to the private sector to certify or to be more flexible on managing the driving licensing process. These are some of the other things, as you can see, the things that we propose to adapt our business to technology. So introduce eco-driving skills, navigation skills. We have best practice from some European countries. As mentioned yesterday by our colleague, we have one of the biggest issues in Europe is trying to delete the Code 78. The Code 78 is a restriction if you make an exam with automatic gear transmission, just driving the car with this automatic gear transmission. And so we say we can certify the training process with the manual gearbox and then have no restrictions at all. The Commission seems very, agree with us because they understood the technology is run faster than the law. We have done last year four publications. So we have described the European scenario, how it works, the system for getting the license in all the European countries. And we already prepared a draft of document that we will prepare the last version to present to the Commission soon. And we have prepared these publications and are available into the IFA website, or if you are not, please contact us and we'll be more than happy to share with you this publication regarding the work we have done and the things that we want to be applied soon. Thank you for your attention. I finish.
Thank you, Manuel. Is there anyone that has any questions for Mr. Manuel?
Hi, my name is Sufyan and I work with Everest Driving Company, and thank you very much for this session. And first of all, I must appreciate the BLS concept which you introduced to us, basic life support for the students, and it's amazing. I think it's very good if we adopt as well. The second thing I would like to ask is related to your project Fit to Drive. You told us that you are going to have this personalized profiling for the drivers, and if some police or any enforcement agency stops the guy, and they will get to know whether he is fit to drive. I just want to know how this profiling will be done and whether it will be a real-time data when he's driving or it's a historic profiling. So if you can answer that, please. Thank you.
Okay, we are not, okay, regarding the BLS, thank you, and we are just starting to make this project, and I hope you will be able to keep informed of all the development of this project. You can collect more information on our website, and there is also the link directly to see and listen to the video song we have prepared. It's not excluded that we can export this project as well out of European countries. It depends by the link with the European Resuscitation Council. Regarding the Fit to Drive partner project, we are not the technical members. So we are the members who have the task to collect information from the different drivers stopped into the road, and to understand if it should be possible to be introduce something new into the driver curriculum. The idea, for what I perceive, is that they want to create, the scientists, members of the project, they want to create a device who will be able to understand in that moment where I stop it, if the driver is fit to drive or not. So some of the tests I know that they are doing is some as a cognitive workload in a stressed situation as fatigue or under drugs or alcohol. So in a private track, in the private yard, they are conducting this kind of study, understanding the levels, I think, to define the parameters for understand the difference between the fit to drive drivers or the other one.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manuel, for your informative session. Next, we will be talking about the automation of driving tests, about the smart driving test that is currently conducted in Abu Dhabi. I would like to welcome on stage سيادة المقدم فهد العارفي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية نرحب بالحضور الكريم وبمشاركة خبراء من مختلف دول العالم في قمة التنقل وتعليم القيادة، والتي تعتبر أولى في المنطقة، في استعراض مستقبل تعليم القيادة والتنقل لأفضل الممارسات والتقنيات الخاصة بها. وتتواكب مع رؤية قيادتنا الرشيدة واستراتيجية إمارة أبو ظبي الرامية إلى تقديم خدمات حكومية ذكية وتفاعلية وتطويرها، وبمتابعة المستجدات والتطورات العالمية. إننا ملتزمون في القيادة العامة لشرطة أبو ظبي بتسخير أحدث التقنيات والحلول الذكية للنهوض بالعمل الأمني ورفع مستوى الخدمات المقدمة، وحيث يسهم التطور الإلكتروني والتقني الذكي في اختصار زمن سير الإجراءات للخدمات المقدمة للجمهور، ويوفر الجهد على المتعاملين، ويضمن استخدام التقنيات الحديثة بمستوى عالي وكفاءة للخدمة. نستعرض اليوم منظومة اختبار القيادة الذكي، وهي إحدى المشاريع المهمة التي أطلقتها مديرية ترخيص السائقين والآليات في أبو ظبي للراغبين بالحصول على رخصة قيادة مركبة ضمن نطاق توظيف أحدث التقنيات وأنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي لضمان استدامة السلامة المرورية على الطرق. والاختبار الذكي يتم من خلال مركبة تحتوي على أنظمة متطورة لمراقبة وتوجيه وتقييم سلوك السائقين الجدد من خلال تسجيل النتيجة مباشرة في الملف المروري للمتقدم. وفي ورقتنا اليوم نوضح لكم أهداف ومزايا ومكونات النظام الذكي لقيادة المركبات وغيرها من النقاط الأساسية لهذا المشروع الذي يعد نقلة نوعية نحو مواكبة التطور في إمارة أبو ظبي. أهداف المشروع: يهدف المشروع إلى توفير الحلول متكاملة في توحيد عملية اختبار القيادة ومواكبتها من خلال أحدث التقنيات التي تعزز آلية الفحص، وذلك من خلال لرفع مستوى السلامة المرورية، وكذلك في رفع مستوى رضاء المتعاملين من خلال ضمان الشفافية والمصداقية للاختبار، كذلك الرغبة في تقديم أرقى الخدمات ورفع مستوى رضاهم في الخدمة، كذلك تعزيز الرقابة والحوكمة من عمليات الفحص، ونتيجة ذلك تؤدي إلى خفض الأخطاء البشرية المتوقعة أثناء تقييم المتقدم. ومن مزايا المشروع أيضاً للفحص الذكي أنه نظام يعتمد على الخرائط الجغرافية أثناء التقدم للاختبار، كذلك مراقبة الاختبار المباشر من أثناء غرفة التحكم لعملية الفحص، كذلك أن الأتمتة كاملة بنسبة 100% أثناء عملية الفحص. ونتطرق أيضاً إلى المكونات والمفاهيم الفنية. إذا ممكن على المكونات الأساسية لاختبار القيادة في الصفحة رقم 3. يتكون النظام من برامج نلاحظ الجدول رقم 3 في البرامج والمكونات المفاهيم الفنية للتصميم على النظام الذكي. يتكون من الجدول إلى جهة اليمين يكون في المركبة وتكوين المركبة التي تحتوي على الأجهزة والأنظمة المتطورة، كذلك في الجدول في أعلى الصفحة أنه يتكون من البرامج والمدخلات في معالجة وتحليل البيانات المتقدمة على رخصة القيادة، وغرفة التحكم التي تشرف على عملية الفحص للمتقدمين. والنظام هذا يشمل في 3 مناطق في إمارة أبو ظبي: مدينة أبو ظبي ومدينة العين ومدينة الظفرة. ومكونات المشروع كما ذكرنا هي تتكون في الثلاث صور الملاحظة: من مركبة الفحص، وكذلك من الحافلة الذكية التي تكون مرتبطة ارتباطاً بعملية الفحص، وغرفة التحكم التي تشرف على عملية الفحص للمكونات المشروع في نظام الفحص الذكي. نتطرق إلى وجود شاشة لنظام الفحص الذكي يحلل جميع إمكانية استعراض البيانات للمتقدمين على رخصة القيادة. تشمل شاشة البيانات هذه جميع البيانات الرئيسية للمتقدمين من الفئات العمرية، من سنوات، من عدد اللجان، من الفاحصين، من أكثر الأخطاء المرتكبة من عملية الفحص في حال رسوب المتقدم للفحص، كذلك نسبة المعاملات للطلبة وحسب العمر وحسب الأخطاء التي صدرت من المتقدم أثناء الاختبار. كذلك تطوير معايير تقييم السائقين في ترخيص السائقين في أبو ظبي كان ضمن المعايير الحالية حسب قانون السير والمرور الاتحادي الذي يتكون من 21 معيار رئيسي. تم تطويرها من خلال الدراسات لبعض الدول، وكذلك في الاطلاع على الدراسات والأبحاث المحلية لمسببات الحوادث المرورية بإمارة أبو ظبي التي تشمل معدل الحوادث المرورية للسائق حسب الخبرة. وكذلك الحوادث الرئيسية المسببة للحوادث في إمارة أبو ظبي، في ذكر أكثر مسببات الحوادث منها، ومنها تم طرح المعايير التي تناسب في عملية تدريب وتعليم السائقين مع الشركاء لمديرية الترخيص والسائقين. ونتحدث عن مسار عملية الفحص الذكي. يبدأ من التحضير الإلكتروني للاختبار قبل وصول المتعامل لمركز الفحص أو منطقة الاختبار، يكون من خلال القنوات الرقمية من التطبيق، ومن ثم إشعار المتعامل برسالة نصية على الهاتف المتحرك برقم اللجنة ورقم المركبة الخاصة للاختبار، والاتجاه بدون الحاجة لوصول إلى المركز. من ثم التحضير في حافلة الاختبار الخاصة لنقل الطلاب للفحص، وبعد التعرف على هوية المتقدم من خلال قارئ الهوية. ومن ثم التحضير في مركبة الفحص لإجراء الاختبار، وذلك للتعرف على هوية المتقدم أثناء الفحص من خلال قارئ الهوية، وبدء الاختبار. ومن ثم المرحلة الأخيرة في انتهاء الاختبار واستلام نتيجة الاختبار من خلال رسالة نصية تصل إلى الهاتف المتحرك للمتعامل تبين نتيجة الاختبار للمتقدم. وفي حال رسوب الشخص تبين الأخطاء بالتفصيل التي ارتكبها المتقدم للحصول بالتفصيل. من مخرجات اختبار القيادة الذكي هي تحقيق السلامة المرورية وزيادة رضا المتعاملين على الخدمات المقدمة وتوفير الكوادر البشرية لعمليات الفحص والإشراف والخروج بمخرجات إيجابية، وكذلك تطوير مناهج تدريب السائقين، وذلك في أخذ الملاحظات التي تمت من خلال أكثر الأخطاء شيوعاً لدى المتقدمين، وبالمشاركة مع شركة الإمارات لتعليم القيادة للتركيز عليها ومدارس التعليم الأخرى. وأخيراً نستعرض فيديو توضيحي يبين عملية الفحص الذكي للقيادة التي تم إطلاقها.
مرحبا بكم إلى نظام اختبار القيادة الذكي، الحل المتكامل الذي يستخدم أفضل ممارسات التكنولوجيا وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحسين السلامة المرورية وضمان وجود أفضل السائقين على الطرق، من خلال تقييم أوتوماتيكي لأداء المتقدمين للحصول على رخصة القيادة واتخاذ قرار منح الرخصة من عدمه تلقائياً دون تدخل الفاحص وفق أعلى المعايير والممارسات العالمية، بما يضمن الشفافية والعدالة والحد من الأخطاء البشرية في تقييم المتقدمين للحصول على رخصة القيادة. يعد النظام فريداً من نوعه من حيث اختبار المتقدمين وفق 21 معياراً رئيسياً و48 معياراً فرعياً. يتكون نظام اختبار القيادة الذكي من 3 مكونات رئيسية: مركبة اختبار ذكية، 8 كاميرات داخلية وخارجية لأهداف متعددة تشمل كاميرات لمراقبة الطريق والمركبات المحيطة، كاميرات لتتبع الخطوط والعلامات الأرضية لتحديد المسافة الجانبية بين المركبة وخطوط الطريق، كاميرات داخلية لمتابعة ومراقبة سلوك المتقدم، كاميرا بانوراما 360 درجة لتصوير المركبة والبيئة المحيطة بها. نظام تحديد هوية المتقدم لاختبار القيادة من خلال البصمة، عدد من المستشعرات التي ترصد الطريق والمركبات المحيطة، نظام لاستشعار حركة وجه السائق لمعرفة عدد مرات النظر للمرايا الوسطية والجانبية، شاشة وسطية للسائق تعرض مسار الاختبار ومزودة بنظام التعليمات الصوتية باللغة المفضلة، وحدة معالجة مركزية. تقوم وحدة المعالجة المركزية المثبتة داخل المركبة بقراءة البيانات من الكاميرات وأجهزة الاستشعار والشواخص الخارجية ونظام المعلومات الجغرافية من خلال وحدة اتصالات وتحكم داخلية In-Vehicle Edge Processor، والتي تقوم بمعالجة هذه البيانات آنياً تقنياً من خلال خوارزميات الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحديد الأخطاء المرتكبة أثناء الاختبار بناءً على معايير اختبار القيادة التي تم تغذيتها مسبقاً. يتم تزويد الفاحص بجهاز لوحي يقوم بتحديد مسار الاختبار تلقائياً بناءً على موقع المركبة. بعد اختيار المسار، تقوم الشاشة الوسطى للمركبة بالترحيب بالمتقدم وتوفير تعليمات صوتية لتوجيهه وفق المسار المحدد بعد التحقق من هويته الإماراتية. يعرض النظام جميع الأخطاء المرورية التي ارتكبها المتقدم أثناء القيادة. فعلى سبيل المثال، إذا قام المتقدم بتغيير حارة السير دون تشغيل الإشارة التنبيهية، يقوم النظام بتسجيل الخطأ وعرضه على الجهاز اللوحي للفاحص. ويتميز نظام اختبار القيادة الذكي بقدرته على إعطاء الفرصة للفاحص باتخاذ القرار الصحيح بناءً على متغيرات الطريق. على سبيل المثال، إذا دعت الحاجة إلى تدخل الفاحص من خلال الضغط على فرامل المركبة لتجنب وقوع حادث أثناء الاختبار نتيجة خطأ تقديري من المتقدم، يقوم النظام بتسجيل الأخطاء. في حال وقوع حادث أثناء الاختبار، يمكن للفاحص إنهاء الاختبار والتواصل مع غرفة التحكم لتخصيص مركبة اختبار أخرى عند نهاية الاختبار. يمكن للفاحص مراجعة وتعديل أخطاء المتقدم المسجلة بالنظام وتقديم البيانات المصححة إلى غرفة التحكم. حافلة ذكية تتبع مركبة الاختبار وتكون مزودة بنظام أوتوماتيكي لتسجيل أعداد ومعلومات عن المتقدمين للاختبار لأغراض توثيق وحفظ المعلومات، وشاشة انتظار لتنظيم طلبات اختبار المتقدمين، ووحدة تحكم السائق لمراقبة نظام الملاحة ومسار مركبة الاختبار. غرفة المراقبة والتحكم يتم مراقبة الاختبار ببث حي عبر الكاميرات الداخلية والخارجية للمركبة من قبل فريق متكامل من شرطة أبو ظبي يكون متواجداً في غرفة التحكم، بينما يراقب الفريق الاختبار بشكل مباشر عبر منصة مبنية على نظم المعلومات الجغرافية. تقوم المنصة بتتبع مسار المركبة والأخطاء المسجلة في المواقع المحددة، وبالتالي يتم تسجيل كل خطأ كمرفق لملف الاختبار الذي يحتوي على وصف تفصيلي للخطأ ومقطع فيديو مدته 20 ثانية، وهو ما يسهل للفاحص والمراقب على حد سواء عملية المراجعة واتخاذ القرار المناسب من حيث قبول الخطأ أو رفضه. تحتوي غرفة التحكم على لوحة تحكم مباشرة توفر عرضاً لحظياً لحالة الفاحص والمتقدم، وكذلك بيانات تفصيلية عن الوضع الحالي لمركبات اختبار القيادة الذكي والحافلات، حيث يساعد ذلك الفريق على تخصيص الموارد بكفاءة أكبر. يمكن للفريق أيضاً إنشاء تقارير عن المتقدمين للاختبار وبيانات الاختبارات السابقة لمدة تصل إلى عام سابق، كما يمكن تصفية جميع البيانات المذكورة حسب الفاحص أو حسب المتقدم لتحليلها من قبل متخذي القرار. وفيما يلي التفاصيل والإجراءات التي يتم اتباعها في نظام اختبار القيادة الذكي. يقوم المتقدم بحجز موعد الاختبار عبر تطبيق شرطة أبو ظبي. على المتقدم أن يصل إلى مركز الاختبار في التاريخ والوقت المحددين والحصول على رقم الحافلة الذكية. يتم استدعاء المتقدم باسمه عبر شاشة قائمة الانتظار. يستقل المتقدم مركبة الاختبار المخصصة ويصادق على هويته باستخدام نظام بصمة الإصبع. يبدأ الفاحص الاختبار. يبدأ النظام بتقييم المتقدم. تبدأ غرفة التحكم بمراقبة الاختبار وتتبع خطواته. يقوم النظام بإرسال نتائج الاختبار لحظياً إلى غرفة التحكم. اختبار القيادة الذكي يعزز الكفاءة ويضمن لكم تجربة اختبار قيادة ذات جودة عالية.
السادة الحضور، ننبه على أساس الاطلاع على سيارة الفحص الذكي متواجدة في القاعة الخارجية، ويوجد برنامج يوم غد معد من المنظمين في شركة الإمارات في زيارة ميدانية لترخيص السائقين للاطلاع على منظومة الفحص الذكي بشكل متكامل وواضح ممكن الاطلاع عليه في مركز الخدمة. وفي النهاية نشكركم على حسن الاستماع.
Does anyone have any question?
والله عندي عدة أسئلة. أول سؤال عادل يوسف من الكويت. أول سؤال، هل هناك للمتقدم للاختبار قبل لا يسجل عندكم يكون عنده بعض المعلومات عن أو في اختبار للعلامات المرورية، مفهوم العلامات المرورية، يكون مقدم على اختبار ناجح بمفهوم العلامات المرورية ومعرفتها، بعدين يجي على اختبار سياقة؟ ولا أثناء الاختبار السياقة هل هناك اختبار للعلامات المرورية ومفاهيمها؟
شكرا على سؤالك. المتقدم ما يوصل مرحلة الاختبار الشارع إلا بعد مروره بمراحل لدى شركة الإمارات يحتوي على جميع العلامات والقواعد المرورية المعدل فيه التي تحتوي جميع المعايير للاختبار. التدريب النظري لدى شركة الإمارات وهو متطور ويتم تحديثه باستمرار، يشمل جميع القواعد والقوانين المرورية. كذلك يوجد تدريب عملي ميداني لدى الشركة تقوم بتدريبه، وبعد اجتيازه بنجاح يتم وصوله إلى مرحلة الشارع.
السؤال الثاني، يعني رأيك الشخصي ورأي الناس المسؤولين، هل وصلتوا إلى يعني راحة تامة لهذا البرنامج أو هناك بعض النواقص وبعض السلبيات اللي قاعد تعالجونها حق المستقبل؟
أكيد أن المشروع هذا له إيجابيات وحقق نتائج مرضية لدى المتعاملين والعاملين. مثل ما ذكرنا أن الأهداف المشروع اللي هي تحقيق المصداقية والشفافية والعدالة في النتائج بأمور موثقة لا تعتمد على التقييم البشري، فجميع الأمور في أثناء الاختبار موثقة، ووصلنا إلى مرحلة ريادية في هذا الأمر. من ناحية التحسينات والأمور التطويرية، ما في عمل اليوم ولا مشروع ما يكون في دائما في إضافات وفي تطوير لأي عمل.
عندي أسئلة كثيرة بس أكتفي بآخر سؤال. كم سيارة لكم وكم مركبة عندكم موجودة بالإمارات؟
تم إطلاق المشروع في بعدد 32 مركبة فحص موزعة على إمارة أبو ظبي، المناطق مدينة أبو ظبي، مدينة العين، مدينة الظفرة، ووجود 28 حافلة يتم إضافة إن شاء الله في خلال الفترة القادمة بناء على القدرة الاستيعابية وحجم المتعاملين.
شكرا. في بعد حدا؟ تفضل. سوري.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
معك الدكتور مساعد النجار، الجمعية الكويتية للسلامة المرورية. سعادة المقدم مشكور يعطيك العافية ان اعطيتنا النبذة وسخرتوا التكنولوجيا حق الإجازة حق عملية حصول الاختبار. سؤالي، انت عارف ان الاجازات نوعين، اجازة قيادة خاصة واجازة قيادة عامة، فهل تم تطبيق نفس الاجراءات هذه التقنية في شاحنات وباصات حق الاشخاص اللي راح يقدموا اختبار عشان يحصلون على اجازة عامة؟ وشكرا.
مرحبا فيك دكتور. بالنسبة للنظام هذا تم تطبيقه حاليا على فئة الخفيف فقط، على أساس أن تكون الفترة المستقبلية تطبيقها على الفئات الأخرى، ولكن حاليا مطبق على فئة المركبة الخفيفة بسبب الإقبال أو الأعداد الكبيرة على استخدام المركبة الخفيفة أكثر، فحاليا هو مطبق على فئة الخفيف فقط.
جزاكم الله، شكرا جزيلا.
الله يسلمك.
في أي سؤال؟ سوري.
تفضل.
ميكروفون بالمعروف.
عندك.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
معكم الدكتور أحمد الهرمودي، نائب مدير إدارة ترخيص سائقين هيئة طرق مواصلات دبي. سؤالي حاليا مثل ما تعرفون في توجه الحكومة مستهدف زيرو وفيات وتقليل من عدد الحوادث في إمارة أبو ظبي. كيف تترجمون أو كيف يتم تحقيق هذا المستهدف في منظورك والنظام الجديد اللي موجود عندكم في تطبيقه؟ كيف يتم تطبيق المستهدف زيرو وفيات؟ هذا السؤال الأول. السؤال الثاني، كيف يتم الاستفادة من المعلومات أو الداتا في تطوير مناهج التدريب ومراجعة اللي هي معايير تقييم الفحص؟
شكرا دكتور على طرح سؤالك. السؤال الأول، يوجد هناك تحليل مع المختصين في إدارة المرور الدوريات بأثر الحاصلين على رخصة القيادة بعد تفعيل منظومة الفحص الذكي وقبل. عملنا مقارنة قبل تطبيق المشروع وبعد تطبيق المشروع وحصول المتقدمين على رخصة القيادة، وتم ملاحظة وجود انخفاض في الحوادث المرورية، المخالفات المرورية، كذلك شدة الحوادث المرورية بأصنافها سواء كانت بسيطة أو متوسطة أو جسيمة. فهذا يكون دائما التنسيق والترابط ما بينه وبين الجهات المختصة في الحوادث المرورية. بالنسبة للسؤال الثاني، مثل ما ذكرنا في شاشة تحليل البيانات أكثر الأخطاء شيوعا للمتقدمين، كذلك الأخطاء كذلك توجد بعض الأخطاء التي لا تؤثر على النتيجة في الناجح، يتم حصرها من خلال المنظومة في شاشة البيانات لاستعراضها وتحليلها وعرضها سواء مع الشركاء في مدارس التعليم للتركيز مثل ما ذكرنا على نقاط معينة في التركيز عليها، مثلا في علامات أو المنعطفات أو أي ملاحظة يتم حصرها من خلال أكثر الأخطاء حاصلة من المتقدمين. كذلك يبين النظام من في المدرب اللي قام مثلا تدريب، والمدرسة إذا كانت مدرسة من المدارس التعليم الخارجية، يبين بالتفصيل الدقيق في المدرب والمدرسة. ففي النهاية يكون النتيجة الإجمالية في تحديد والتواصل مع شركائنا شركة الإمارات في إضافة أي بند من البنود التي يحتاج لها المتعاملين.
شكرا. في بعد أي سؤال؟ تفضلي.
Yes, I have one question. Just wanted to find out whether it's possible to share the contact of the software developer, and also find out whether he would be interested in providing a service in Africa, specifically Uganda, on a private public partnership. Thank you.
مطور الخدمة راح يكون إن شاء الله متواجد في مركز الخدمة خلال الزيارة إن شاء الله المقررة للمركز. فبالإمكان الاجتماع مع الشركة، ولا مانع في التعاون مع الشركاء المطورين.
بليز مايكروفون بعد السؤال.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. عندي أنا بس سؤالين. السؤال الأول في الاختبار، كم هو هامش الخطأ الموجود المسموح فيه في كل اختبار في النظام الذكي الموجود في السيارة؟ السؤال الثاني اللي هو عند ما شاء الله في معايير رئيسية ومعايير فرعية، هل إن لازم الطالب أو المتقدم ينجح يبقى 100% عشان يقدر يجتاز الرخصة ولا لا؟ شكرا.
الله يحييك. بالنسبة للهامش حسب قانون السير نسبة 75% من الأخطاء مسموح في حال عدم ارتكابه مجموعة من الأخطاء الرئيسية الخطرة، وحسب ما حددها القانون الملتزمين بالقانون الاتحادي في موضوع الأخطاء الخطرة، مثل تشكيل خطر على نفسه أو على الآخرين أو عدم إلمامه بالقواعد العامة. فتكون نسبة 75%، فأعلى يكون محقق النجاح إذا كانت أخطاء بسيطة. بالنسبة للسؤال الثاني، ذكرت لي في موضوع الأخطاء القاتلة، صحيح؟ الفرعية مثل ما ذكرنا هي ترجع إلى متوزع لها درجات وأوزان معينة في النتيجة، ولا تؤثر في النتيجة. بس مثل ما ذكرت لك أن الأخطاء الرئيسية تقريبا عددها ما يقارب 6 أخطاء، هذه يعني تكون النتيجة فيها محتومة يعني في حال ارتكاب أحد منها. أما بالنسبة للفرعية فتكون أوزان قد لا تؤثر على النتيجة النهائية. تفضل.
رح اخذ اخر سؤال لليوم على هيدا البرزنتيشن، واللي عنده اي اسئله تانية سيدة المقدم حيكون موجود معنا، والسياره موجوده بالخارج، فيكم ترجعوا تسالوا حتى بس ما نتاخر كثير بالوقت.
زين.
اخر سؤال.
تفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
لو سمحت يا فندم، أنا كنت حابب بس أسأل سعادتك في جزئية صغيرة جدا. دلوقتي احنا اطلعنا مع بعض على تكنولوجيا عالية جدا جدا في مجال الاختبار وفحص السائقين، فهل الأمر بيحتاج مننا إن احنا نطبق نفس التكنولوجيا دي بمراكز تدريب السائقين، بحيث إن الطالب يكون عنده الإمكانية والاطلاع على التكنولوجيا المتعامل بيها في الاختبار، ولا الأمر ما بيحتاج؟ دي بس الجزئية اللي كنت حابب أتأكد منها. شكرا.
جيد. بالنسبة لسؤالك هذا، المشاريع هذه أو الأمور التكنولوجيا، الشركاء المدارس تعليم قائمين على هذا الأمر، وبالإمكان، وأعتقد أنه تم ذكره بالأمس في موضوع استخدام التقنيات الحديثة والذكاء الاصطناعي لدى شركة الإمارات بالأخص في موضوع مواكبة الذكاء الاصطناعي واستخدام التكنولوجيا في الاختبارات.
شكرا سيادة المقدم. نعتذر طولنا عليك. Next is going to be member of our strategic partner in Abu Dhabi Integrated Transport Center. She will be further discussing with us about the smart mobility, where she will be presenting the strategic planning and initiative of the current and the future. Please welcome on stage with me Mrs. Fatima Al-Hantoubi, Section Head for Transport Services Planning.
الخير. معاكم فاطمة الحنطوبي من مركز النقل المتكامل في إمارة أبو ظبي. present in English إن شاء الله، بس في إذا في أنا question ولا أي حاجة بالعربي so I confused with so feel free to ask any question in Arabic إن شاء الله. This presentation will be inshallah about smart mobility project in Abu Dhabi Emirate, which cover the autonomous part of transportation in the Emirate. So I will go in a high level strategic plan as a high level, then I will go with initiatives and project details, and we do have already the RoboBus displayed out in the hall. So I will cover the strategy for the smart mobility, the development of the first autonomous vehicles project in Abu Dhabi, the launch and all details about the project itself. And the project will show for you how we started from the initiation for the project until the service is active and operated in Yas Island. So I like to move, but I should just, if I have the microphone, it will be better. فيلم أسهل لي أنا الموفمنت فيها. Okay, fine. So in Abu Dhabi Emirate and ITC, we are trying to develop all our strategies to be aligned with UAE Net Zero vision, which will contribute to. Okay, so the strategy we are developing now in integrated transport sector, we are trying to align all our strategies to UAE Net Zero vision 2050, which will reduce the emissions from the transport sector and all other sectors as the leaderships already agreed, and this Paris Agreement for Net Zero 2050. So the Smart Mobility Plan in Abu Dhabi, we are developing this project for Abu Dhabi Emirate. The main outcomes of the project will be, we will developing full policy and regulatory framework for the project, roadmap which will incorporate all autonomous vehicles into Abu Dhabi transport system, and AV operating model. So the strategy will give us the roadmap for autonomous vehicles in Abu Dhabi Emirate, which will cover all vehicles, including buses, cars, or any autonomous kind of vehicles. And by end of this strategy, we will have an autonomous vehicle operating model and commercial phase that we will know by the next 5 years or the next years where is Abu Dhabi leading and heading an autonomous industry. So to enhance and enable such this project, we signed already a strategic partnership with Bayanat Company and G42 to run and operate the first autonomous vehicles in Abu Dhabi Emirate, which was in Yas Island, November 2021, which is a fully automated service, level 4, with the safety officer for sure, because we don't have the approved regulation to enforce such these services in the Emirate. So, and the project we initiated by signing the strategic MOU with Bayanat and G42, which was in March 2021. The service operated in Yas Island in November 2021, and after the trial, we get some numbers of stats, which gave us indication to study more and learn more how we can shift this to next phase of increasing the fleet and working on the regulation and policy framework to enable this project in Abu Dhabi Emirate. So as I mentioned, Taxi launched in November 2022 in Abu Dhabi Smart City Summit. So Taxi, it is the service name, the brand name for the autonomous vehicles service in Abu Dhabi. The service was about 5 vehicles, fully automated. The service also, you can access the service through application in Google Play and Apple. The name called Taxi. We do have 9 stops for the service, which is covers the main attractions in Abu Dhabi and Yas Island. The service, it's from 8 to 8, free of charge. So I will show you the video behind the story of the project from where we started until the service already on the ground. So how to run, sorry. How to run the video, sorry. Miss? Yeah, okay. So the result out of the pilot project for the autonomous vehicles service in Abu Dhabi was the total orders received is around 3,000. We do have the autonomous mode ratio, which is 97%, which means that the car was running in an autonomous mode for 97, and the 3% was the interactive with the human in case of emergency or doing this, the 3% of the ratio. And the total orders completed, it's around 200 orders. The maximum daily orders was 470. Total registered users in the application was 2,700, and the distance covered is 17,000. So this is out of the first pilot project, which was in Yas last November. What next in the project? The first phase was we were covering just the vehicles for robotaxi. We have 5 cars, 9 main pickup and drop-off points in Yas Island, and the service was free of charge. So what next in the project? We will have a larger number of vehicles, different type of vehicles. We will cover Yas Island and Saadiyat as a land coverage, and we will have aligned with the project, we will install charging infrastructure for the vehicles, as all vehicles in the project, it's electric, friendly, and green vehicles. And again, for the service, we will have the same application, but it will cover more services, which will be we will have the robo buses and another vehicles will be launched, inshallah, during the Formula One during this week, inshallah. And just to give you a brief what we are planning to do in terms of smart mobility, we are exploring now also to have alternative fueling for the vehicles. So one of the fueling we are investigation for is the hydrogen. We are working with the stakeholders, the private and public stakeholders, to investigate the alternative fuel of hydrogen to be part of our vehicles fueling for future, inshallah. It's under study, R&Ds, and we will see if it is applicable and can be working in Abu Dhabi Emirate. And yeah, that's it. If you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Please, the microphones. There's here and Dr. Britta there. Where's the microphone?
Good morning. Thank you for interesting presentation. فاطمة هذا دعم وتشجيع وليس سؤال. Excellent presentation, excellent idea when you planted there. So the question is, when are you going to take us to Yas Island to see your project in actual level? Thank you, thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Britta, there, please.
Dr. Britta Lang, thank you so much for that really interesting, excellent presentation, Ms. Fatma. Just a question, did you also measure in any shape or form the user response? Because of course, it's an innovative new scheme. How do people react to it? What do the people do who use the taxi service?
Again, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you sort of also measure the response of the people who took the taxi? So
Yeah.
you're providing the service,
Yeah.
and I'm curious about the user response.
Yeah. We do have already survey. We surveyed the people who tried the service, but we don't have it here now. So, but most of the people, they are satisfying with the service, and they are happy to. I think it's not about the service itself. They are like, they are interesting to try these technologies here in Abu Dhabi. So the feedback was very, very perfect. I'm trying to make this. It's the service for customers. So we should make them satisfied with the service provided. So customers first, and for sure safety before customers. So these items are already covered in our scheme, inshallah. So safety of users and user satisfaction, it's a key for us.
Any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you, Fatima. It was a great presentation, and I would like to remind all the attendees that the autonomous bus is available at the entrance. If anyone would like to have a look at it, it is there. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Juri S. He will be discussing with us about the e-learning platform, and he is the CEO of Estonian Driving School. Please welcome him on stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Urias. I'm CEO of Liklus Lab, and I will be speaking about artificial intelligence-powered e-learning as an effective solution to new challenges in drivers' education, at the example of Estonia. I will explain e-learning, I will talk about business models, I will show you the numbers, and I will show you how e-learning can be used to improve the level of drivers' education. So first of all, I will be speaking at the example of Estonia, and you might have two questions now. Estonia, where is it located? And most importantly, why particularly Estonia? So if I knew how to change the slides. Okay, so Estonia is located in the, thank you, in the northern part of Europe. We are a very small state. Similarly to United Arab Emirates, we are a young state. Only 31 years ago, we regained our independence. But what is interesting about Estonia is the fact that although we don't have like any natural resources such as gas or oil, but we have technologies instead. So Estonia is a very digital society. It is the country where you can establish a company online for just 15 minutes or even vote electronically. And as a result, a number of worldwide companies were born in Estonia. You might have heard about Skype, Bolt, Wise, and other companies. As a matter of fact, in the number of unicorns per capita, Estonia is on the first place in Europe. At the same time, it's very hard to do business in Estonia, just because a small country, small population, the GDP level much lower than on average in Europe, and that's why we have coped with problems that Europe is facing right now, a long time ago actually. Driver's education is a very competitive business. For a small state, we have 300 driving schools, and for our capital, Tallinn, it's rather typical that you have 2, 3, or even 4 driving schools in the same building. At the same time, we are doing quite well because the level of road safety in Estonia is actually higher than on average in Europe. The name of my company is Liikluslab, which is translated as traffic lab or traffic laboratory. And why I'm here today, just because I wanted to show you how it is possible in only 2 years to become the market leader if you just provide your customers exactly the things that they need. Actually, at the time when we started, there was a monopoly on the market. And today, in only 2 years, we became the market leader. How did we manage to do that? Because we have an e-learning platform which is powered with artificial intelligence algorithms and with e-documentation provided for driving schools. As a matter of fact, even our military forces, so I mean Estonian Army, also uses Liikluslab. So for instance, Neeme is here today with me. He is the president of our Driving Schools Association. He's also using our services to educate soldiers. But anyway, my task today is to show you how you can use e-learning to cope with challenges that we are facing today. What challenges am I talking about? So first of all, the COVID pandemic. We never know if this virus is gonna mutate again and come back. If we have lockdowns, it is very difficult to plan our work and our businesses are stuck. At the same time, due to high inflation rates and the level of uncertainty, the costs are growing while the purchasing capacity is decreasing. And at the end of the day, our customers are rather demanding. So I'm speaking about Generation Z learners who are actually very nice and smart people, but they are different from us. These people are, so to say, digital natives. They were born with a smartphone in hands, and they expect more personalized and on-demand experiences. And what makes our life even more difficult is that they have shorter attention spans. So it is difficult for us to compete with Instagram or TikTok, for instance. And before I proceed, I would like to briefly cover the main terms that we will be talking about. So first of all, we have traditional classroom learning. It is when a teacher and students are together in the same classroom. We also have online, live online classes. It means that the teacher and the students, they see each other on the video, but they are still together. So it is a live lecture. And then we have e-learning, which means that students are passing electronic courses and they are learning by themselves. E-learning can be either used to replace the traditional classroom studies, or it can be also used for a preparation to the exams. It depends on the countries, because in some countries theory lectures are not even compulsory. And then we have, of course, a blended or hybrid learning. It means that it is a combination of these learning types. Now, if we are thinking about pros and cons of each type of learning, of course, none of them is ideal. But here I want to draw your attention to one fact which might be not so obvious. If you give your student a book and ask to read this book, you never know if he has actually read it. If you are giving a group lecture, you cannot estimate the level of knowledge of each particular student. Why? Because it is a group learning. It is impossible to provide extremely personalized education to these people. But it is actually something that they want to have. And here, e-learning can be a solution. Next, I will briefly cover how an effective e-learning works. So first of all, it is very important to choose the format of study materials, so text or videos or animation, according to the avatar of learners. If these are young people, 18 years old, you cannot show them a lecture which is 2 hours long and filmed, just in the classroom. It's boring for them. Next, your study materials have to be well structured. It means that we know that learners have short attention spans. For us, it means that we can use subtopics and subtopics to make these parts really short so that our learners can concentrate on it. Another thing is that if our learner passes a subtopic, he straight away starts to answer questions. It means that he starts to implement the knowledge straight away. For instance, if we were discussing roundabouts, so the learner has to answer questions how to pass a roundabout. And at the end of each subtopic, there is a test where the learner receives some feedback. And if you have any gamification features, that would be very nice. For instance, what works for us, we offer our students to share the test results in social media and show them if they are in top 5, top 10% of learners or whatsoever. So it works really nice. And at the end of the day, the students cannot be left alone. If he has any problem with understanding the material, he also has some additional materials that he can look through. But if he has a question, he can actually contact a real teacher. So, and the teacher will give him a personalized approach and answer all those questions. Now you might have another question. Okay, it sounds logical, but what's the benefit of the driving school? So first of all, if we are talking about competitive market, we have to provide the services that our customers actually need. If I'm a youngster and I can better concentrate on learning at midnight or in the morning hours, for me it's inconvenient to come to the theory classes at 5 p.m. just because it doesn't suit me. I want to study where I want and when I want. As a matter of fact, in Estonia, if you don't offer a e-learning option to students, you are not competitive on the market. So you just have to offer that. Another thing is that everything is built around groups. Yeah, I see, 5 minutes, I see. Everything is built up around groups. And it means that you have to always think about the size of the group, and if COVID comes, or if you have too few people, it is economically not possible to start a group, just because it will be not possible to pay salary for your theory teacher. How it works in Estonia? I've heard a lot of times that e-learning can actually kill a driving school's business, but I actually cannot understand that. Because in Estonia, you just buy a learning course for your student for 30 years, and then you resell it to the same student for 118 euros, and it is 600% commission. So you optimize the costs, you reduce the time resources for the theory lecture, and this theory teacher can actually give some driving lessons or whatsoever and this time is simply reused. And of course, if you're struggling with COVID and lockdowns, e-learning is a good option for keeping your business alive. If we speak about artificial intelligence, it actually offers a lot of options to make your course better. How it works, for instance, in Likeless Lab. When you answer a question, a smart system monitors all your answers and actually can form a very detailed picture of your knowledge. For instance, the system knows that you might be very good at traffic signs, so you might know the meaning of the traffic sign, but you will have a problem with the area of validity of this sign. So, okay, I know that overtaking is prohibited, but when does this prohibition end? It means for us that we can offer these students the information for him personalized exactly what he needs to update his knowledge. Just because I'm running out of time and this presentation originally planned to be much longer, I have to skip something and show you some numbers because it's something that people are usually asking for. If we compare traditional learning and e-learning, this is the statistics of our Transport Administration for the last year. So these are all the students in Estonia who were taking an exam in category B in the Estonian language. All the customers of our company showed results 78.4% compared to other driving schools who used only traditional learning, which was 69.7. So you can see the difference. Even if we are talking about our company, we're using different packages for our students. E-learning is only one of them, and we compared these additional study materials to e-learning, and the results show that actually e-learning boosts the pass rate for theory exam by roughly 5%. Why so? Because e-learning is like more strict. We can put our artificial intelligence algorithms to work more efficiently if we are talking about e-learning. And next comes a example of a very good driving school in Estonia. It's called AutoCert. Its CEO, Lena, is also here today with us. And just to briefly compare the numbers for this exact driving school and the average Estonian level. And here I have to say, or I need to say and specify that AutoCert is using only e-learning. So if you see, you can see that the theory exam is better, the pass rate. It means that also the driving test pass rate is better because the level of knowledge is higher. And as you can see, the time to driving license is less just because the pass rate for a driving test is higher, and it results in less month until the driving licenses. Of course, it's not only e-learning, it's a hard work behind it, but this is an example of a very good driving school, which is one of the largest nowadays in Estonia, which uses only e-learning in the driver's education. And really briefly to sum up, I just wanted to briefly cover some pluses that are usually being forgotten when we are talking about e-learning. My aim was not to persuade you to forget about traditional lectures, but I just wanted to show you that it is possible to arrange driver's education in a different way. So now I have to finish, and if you have any questions, I am here now to answer, and you can use the time before the end of this summit if you want to specify something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jury. Does anyone have any question for Mr. Jury? Please, the microphone.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is John Lepine from Great Britain. I am fascinated by the statistics but do you have any statistics about the accident rate for people who pass these knowledge tests without having any face-to-face attitude training?
I would love to show, thank you for the question, it's a very good question. I would love to show you those numbers, but the thing is that this statistic is being gained or collected by the state. And currently, we do not have these databases, interconnected to use these numbers. But this is always a question, a big question. Why? Because if we are talking about novice drivers, if a novice driver gets a driving license, we actually do not know, the state doesn't know, if this driver actually participates in traffic as a driver. So maybe it was a youngster who just got a driving license, and next time he will be driving in 5 years. And in Estonia, there are a lot of such drivers. So even if we had some numbers, it would be very, very difficult to analyze them like on a high quality rate.
Thank you, but are you not concerned that people have no training in attitude, they have no peer group, they don't meet with each other, they sit in their bedrooms at midnight and do stuff on a computer but don't talk to real people? Surely there should be more Coca-Cola learning, the real thing.
Well, I don't think that to educate a driver on a high level, you really have to put these people together and put them talk. Because everything, at the end of the day, everything depends on the level of the e-learning course and on the level of the teacher. You can have a very poor and very bad teacher in the classroom, and he will show very bad results. And you can have a very good electronical course, which has been composed by a number of industry professionals who are communicating together and using their experiences. You can also analyze the data collected by the e-learning platform to do this course better. So we have plenty of options. And if we are talking about group discussions and stuff like that, in some countries it is, using such kind of learning methods, it is compulsory. In some states, take Finland for instance, there are only 4 theory lessons there, only 4 lessons. But somehow these people have to get this knowledge, They will be driving on the roads. And if they don't have any learning at all, we can forget about these group discussions. So it is actually a very basic level that they get. And if we want to have these people to behave safely on the roads, there are different solutions to do that. But group study method is not the one. If I come back to the Estonian experience, we are not using only e-learning, but we're also using blended learning when we have those group discussions. But it depends on the driving school. Some of the driving schools actually are doing those discussions, some driving schools are not doing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jory. Any more questions? Thank you. I would like to remind everyone that today we will be hosting a closing session and there will be trophy distribution for all the speakers. So please be patient with us and stay until the end of the evening. However, now I would like to welcome you all to take a break. We will be back after the coffee break at 11:30 for more informative sessions. Director of Czech Road Safety Team. He will be presenting to us about the hazard perception.
Okay. Okay, and this is only to click next, not back. Okay. I hope. Salam alaikum. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jiří Novotný, and I am the Vice President for Education at Association of Driving Schools in the Czech Republic. Also, I am a professional motorcycle instructor, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present our project. Today, I'll be talking about and demonstrating hazard perception app. First, let me play you a short video to set the scene. Okay, what is hazard perception? It is how fast we are able to recognize the risk on the road. If you don't react or avoid an obstacle, an accident can occur. Here we can see a typical example of hazard on the road. What makes a good driver? Experienced drivers are drivers who are able to recognize the risk immediately. With an early reaction, we would be able to avoid a crash. If we react too late, we recognize the risk, but we don't have enough time to avoid a crash. How can drivers get even better? It's a prediction. This is a typical situation for predicting hazard. Now we don't know if there will be a risk or not. What do you think? How the situation will be resolved? Accident? Okay. Let's have a look. If we know about him and we react, there is not accident. If the car stops, there is no risk, but we were ready to react. How can we learn to recognize potential risk? We have to practice potential risk situations and their indicators. If you learn to recognize the indicators of risk, you can be faster. How can we gain many years of driving experience faster? We believe that the more hazards you practice safely in our app, the more ready you will be for real situations. That's why we prepared the application. But how to spark an interest in learning? We want the students enjoy the learning. Okay, then let's do a test. I'll need one volunteer who will try to identify hazards on the road. Okay, Manuel, but we don't have the laptop here. We have to do to the table there. Now? Yeah. Okay, this is the app. How to use the app? The goal is to identify hazards on the road. You get points according to the speed of your reaction. First click will pause the video. Then we have a few seconds to mark the risk with a second click. After you do so, the video will continue, and you mark the risk, and you are looking the next hazard. But be careful, you have a limited amount of clicks to pause the video. Okay, I will show you.
You will take in consideration my age? Or
When I click, now there is no risk, and the video will continue. And we are looking for the next hazard. Now I see the risk, stop, and with the second click, mark. Okay?
Stop and then click.
Yeah. And waiting if you find the next one, okay? Okay. Do you understand everything? Yeah? Okay. Maybe can you show me your driver's license? No, okay. Just play. And you have to mark with the second click. Okay, and click to the pedestrian. One more? Yeah. Now. Poor pedestrian. Here we can see your result. Not, you were able to identify 2 out of 2 risks, but your reaction you get 5 points out of 10. That because of the pedestrians what was on the wall, on the street. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. is it somebody here who think he or she can be faster? Okay, what's your name? Patrick, where are you from? Okay, it's Netherlands against to Italy. Okay, are you ready? Did you understand everything? Good, just play. And yeah. Okay. Thank you. What did you surprised?
Surprised about the one who came out of the bus.
But I didn't tell you that I will play you same scene. Actually, on the road is the same. Every day you drive to work, but you don't know where there are risks. That's our idea is don't memorize the situations, but rather learn to recognize the indicators of risks. Thank you. Okay. That was, oh, sorry, I need the same screen, but I use from the front. Now let's talk about the explanation mode. A function that explain you why, where and when the danger is, and make you explanation. The app is not only to test you, also to teach and show you where the danger is, and give you an explanation, and make you discuss it. As for the teacher, we have an actual methodology at hand with more information about these situations. And here you can see that the hazards is clear remark this time, followed by an explanation. On the left side, you can see a description of hazard, the level of the risk, and your result. On the right side, you can see the explanation, tips on what to do, and what the law tells us. when did you notice him? Did you notice him between the buses, or did you notice him earlier? One more important aspect to mention. Each video can be looked from a drone perspective. Here we can see why it is dangerous. That the indicator says the bus and the pedestrians. The app currently offers 12 animations, 12 video of animation situations. And also we have 54 videos of live action situations from a car or a motorcycle view. Thank you for your attention. Be safe on the road, and for try the app, please visit our booth and for more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Does anyone have any question for Mr. Jerry? Please, the microphone, ladies, to the front row. No, it's okay. We can keep this here. She will be giving him. Okay.
Thank you for interesting presentation. So you suggest that the pedestrian, they should have life insurance? Thank you.
Actually, when you ask our colleague from the Great Britain, from Jolly Learn, they told us that in Great Britain, when you have insurance and you are going to the company, and then when your test it's on the good level, there you have a sale for insurance. That's maybe the question for the insurance company.
Thank you for this informative presentation. My question is about, I don't know if you can repeat the situation where the pedestrian come between the buses. At the beginning, it doesn't look like the pedestrian will go between the buses. She or he is with the other pedestrian. So when should I recognize the hazard? When I see it passing between two buses, or if I see buses stop, so I anticipate someone will go there, just because I remember I did the hazard perception test in Britain. The evaluation also for that is, when did you identify the hazards? For example, the distance. If you come nearly to the situation, so you will get 3 out of 5 or 1 out of 5. So can you explain that, please?
Yeah, it's because the border between the prediction and perception, it's so closed. It's about the feeling, and how I played you the first video for prediction. Then I ask if you think the car will continue or not. If the car continue, you have to react. If the car not continue, then there is no risk. But you know about him. And if you see him that he is coming, you don't want to wait if he go or not. You want to be prepared. And if you are prepared, then your reaction is faster.
impressive. It's definitely needed technology, I would say. I want to say something about buses in general. I mean, I think we have to also acknowledge that any bus, whenever you see a bus, there's something called the danger zone around the bus. Someone correct me, I think it's a meter from each side, minimum. So anybody, when you see a bus, you have to anticipate people are coming off or on the bus. Or like you saw, like here, it's a pedestrian, but it could be also a passenger that was on the bus that's going down. So this is something that people should learn. Whenever you actually see a bus, you have to slow down and be very careful because it's either loading or offloading people. So this is just a comment in general.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That was the point of what I want to say with the video before, that you are prepared, that the indicators is the bus. Then you have to calculate that there should be somebody who is going out, or maybe you run inside.
Thank you, Jerry. Is there any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would also like to welcome Mr. Dr. Stefan Ebner, the Director of Austrian Economic Chamber. He will be explaining to us and presenting about the past 25 years of driving license in Australia. In Austria. Thank you. I think, Mr. Jerry, you took the pointer with you? It should be, yes.
Irishi, do you have the pointer? Forwarder? Okay.
Please.
Thank you very much for the invitation to this Congress, which is great organized. Congratulations to the organizers, and I'm happy to be here to present you the Austrian L17's driving license, driving alone with 70 years, combined with the second phase training of Austria. We flew 4,200 kilometers to your place, but some figures are very similar of Austria and of the United Arab Emirates. We have 9 million inhabitants, you have 10 million inhabitants. Also the site with 80,000 kilometers around is the same, but in Austria it's much colder. We have much snow and much rain, you have much sun and much desert sand, but we have hydroelectric city powers to produce energy, and you have the chance also to use the sun for energy production. And we are a landlocked country, and we don't have access to the sea by seaport. We speak about the LS17 driving license in Austria, and you have get the first glimpse on the steps. There's a block in the driving school, and there's a second block of accompanied driving with parents, and there's a last block concerning the second phase after the exam as a driving learner. Some figures, what happens after COVID crisis in Austria, in Europe. In 2020, the numbers of B driving license fell down rapidly, but the figures recovered in 2021, and we had, after a decline from 2019 to 2020, increase to 2021 best figures, but now we are again back at the level of 29 concerning category B. Maybe a little bit lower. Concerning professional truck drivers, we couldn't close the gap yet, and concerning bus drivers, it's worse still. More and more we have the feeling to get professional bus drivers. In Austria, there are 3 ways to get a driving license. The first way is full training in a driving school. driving school only, but we have also 2 paths to get the driving license by accompanied driving. But the L17 model, driving with 17 years alone, is the most favorite model, which is accepted most by learner drivers. We have certain criteria which must be applied to the applicant of a driving license and also to the accompanying persons. You can start the training in the driving school with 15 and a half years, that are young, very young learner drivers. They must be reliable as a driver. Medical fitness must be given, and the young person must be holder of a permit to be accompanied. But there are also some criteria for the accompanying persons. 1 or 2 experienced persons, lay instructors, are allowed to accompany the learner driver. There must be a close relationship to the applicant of this driver, and the lay instructor, the parents must be holder of a driving license of the category for a minimum of 7 years and have driving experience for several years and must be reliable in the traffic. So around 10 steps such learner drivers have to absolve until they obtain their driving license. The 2 dark blue bars describe the basic training in the driving school, with the theory lessons in the classroom and with the practical training together with the driving teacher in the driving school. But then there's made an introductory briefing. The parents have to come to the driving school, and they get informations how to behave in the right way when making their lay instruction drives. And then, after this briefing, they start the first 1,000 kilometers of lay instructions, and after the first 1,000 kilometers, they come back to a first coach check into the driving school, and get also feedback. And then after this 2 units in driving schools, they make the second 1,000 kilometers lay instruction drives. Learner driver together with its parents, and then they have to go again for a second coach check into the driving school with a drive and a feedback in the driving school. And then they make the third 1,000 kilometers lay instruction with the parents, and then they get the final training in the driving school to prepare for the practical driving test. This is not allowed earlier than at the age of 17, and so they are ready to be drivers on the road with 17 years. So we have these steps: basic training in the driving school, theoretically and practically, a briefing, then 3 times 1,000 kilometers with feedback checks in the driving school, and ultimately the exam, and they are allowed to drive alone with 70 years. How is this model accepted? You see, Austria is in the heart of Europe. Maybe you can recognize the boot of Italy, and Austria is north of Italy, and 50% of the landscape of Austria are mountains, alpine area, and you see it on the profile, on the relief, that Austria is covered mostly with mountains. But in the rural areas, the acceptance of driving alone with 17 years is higher. The more red, the higher is the proportion of the L17 driving license. In the dark red area, in the inner Alpine area, the proportion is 50%. And all over the country, every third novice driver made the L17 driving license. Only in the urban area, the percentage is lower in the Viennese area where the capital is. But we also have an increase to the L17 driving license. 15 years ago, the share was about 15%, but the acceptance grew until now to around 35%. One compact glimpse again. Theory in the classroom, driving lessons in the driving schools, units together with parents, briefings and debriefings. We see we have good exams, good results in exams. We have less accidents compared to other novice drivers, and the young drivers are more likely to comply with other traffic regulations. Also concerning less speeding and less alcohol consumed, they deliver good results. I had also a call with our German colleagues. There in Germany is also a L17 model applied, but it deviates from the Austrian model because in Austria, the accompanied drivers are accompanied during the driving training phase. Yeah? And in Germany, with 17 years, they're already owners of a driving license. The same model, I think, is in Slovakia, and probably 2024 it will be applied in Czechia, as I heard. So there's also a good acceptance, it seems, at politics too. And one interesting aspect, the relationship between parents and children is strengthened in this time because the learner drivers are becoming new young adults, and so they have a serious topic to have a good conversation, parents and young learner drivers. Additionally, we have the second phase training in Austria as an additional module. Yeah? We spoke about the basic training in the driving school, then the phase of accompanied driving, the exam, and additionally the second phase after the young drivers are already holders of a driving license. They are additionally accompanied by the driving schools. And as young owners of a driving license in this second phase, the novice drivers have to come to return into the driving schools for 3 modules. The first module is a first perfection ride, lasting 2 hours, then a driving safety training lasting 1 day, and a final second perfection ride lasting 2 hours in the driving school. In this second phases, several criteria applied. The first perfection ride for these very young holders of the driving license, this perfection ride has to be completed 2 to 4 months after granting a driving license. The responsible person is the driving school teacher who teaches and gives feedback concerning bad driving habits in the first months, safety distance, viewing techniques, acceleration, especially after accesses to motorways. The driver safety training lasts 1 day. 2 competences concerning the training are required in this day: the driving instructor and the traffic psychologist. And topics are driving skills in borderline situations, emergency braking, correcting of sliding and skidding cars, and especially the group discussion with the traffic psychologist. And one challenge at this time when founding or implementing this system was the rollout of driver safety training areas and driver safety training centers. My chairman, Joachim Steininger, is here, and the founder, one of the founders of this system, Norbert Hauser, is also here. He can tell you how it was connected with much energy to motivate the driving schools to participate and install and establish driving safety centers all over the country. And finally, the second perfection ride on the road has to be made, completed more or less 9 to 12 months before the end of the first year as a holder of a driving license, and especially the topic there's the full efficient driving style, and they are discussing with the driving teacher full saving tips like timely upshifting and low rotation driving or skipping gears. So what can be said? Novice drivers are supervised in the first year as young holders of a driving license. They go to the driving school without stress and anxiety for preparing an exam. And it's also a kind of psychological effect. They have to return, come back to the driving school again. And the content of learning differs. Then in the initial training, they learn from each other's and experience of other novice drivers are transferred into one's own knowledge. Which figures can we deliver? Concerning the group of young drivers in the age from 17 to 24, the decline of the number of casualties is massively more impressive than compared to the others, to the older participants of the traffic. And the figures are more impressive if we compare the reduction of casualties in the year of 2020 in the first corona year with the closure of driving schools and the reduced traffic on the roads and where less casualties have been on roads. So we can say 30% higher is the reduction rate of casualties, or maybe 3 times higher if you see it in a other category of relations. But I must guess also other measures contributed to the success. There's a demerit point system concerning the driving license, the extended probationary periods, and there are also stricter penalties concerning using mobile phones or concerning alcohol or concerning extreme speeding. So all these measures all together contributed to the success of the Austrian model. But all in all, we can say in Austria, we guide learner drivers and novice drivers for a long period, for more than 2 years. There's an intensive interlocking of driving schools and accompanied driving. There's lots of practical driving on the road, and various disciplines and competencies are intertwining as the driving teacher, the instructor, a traffic psychologist, also the parents, and that's the result of that results in good safety figures like less casualties and less fatalities. In this way, we want to support the European targets of the Zero Vision, as Enrique Lorca mentioned yesterday and today, and Manuel Picardi today. But we have also appealed to the driving schools. The driving schools must work carefully and quality orientated to be successful. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Stefan, for the comprehensive presentation. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Stefan? Please, the microphone, ladies.
Thank you, Doctor. My question is, maybe it does not have to do with your presentation or even Austria. It's in general, it's for you and maybe for anybody in the room. The criteria for choosing the age to give a license. You know, we know that some countries are 18, some countries are 17, and probably in the future it will be 16. There must be criteria that people are deciding. Do you have an idea what are these criteria? Because, you know, I would like to know, because some countries are 18. I'm like, if I want to convince them to bring the age down to 17, for instance, what are the things that I have to look at or, thank you.
First, there's the European regulation, and the European regulation requires a minimum age of 18 years, yeah? But member states are allowed to reduce this age to 17 years, yeah? So in some states, member states of the 27 member states, 17 years is an option to get a driving license. But very often they are a little bit older, 17 and a half year, or maybe more close to 18. But we see the acceptance countryside increased. Yeah, so countryside, the novice drivers get younger, from 18 to 17. But in the urban area, so in Vienna, for example, now the novice drivers out of the L17, yeah, in average are 24 years, yeah. And countryside in Austria, the average age of novice drivers out of L17 is 20, yeah. So I think it depends on the region where you live, and also during Corona crisis, people were afraid to public transport in the cities. maybe there was also a higher interest to obtain a driving license earlier in the urban area. That are the trends at the moment.
Stefan. Hi, it's me here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the very good presentation. I was listening to you, and actually I wanted to ask you a tricky question, if you allow, because it's really important in my opinion. If we are talking about driver's education, our end goal is to have safe drivers on the road, so to have the number of road fatalities as low as possible. Now, when I'm looking at what is being done in Austria, so you have a brilliant system, actually, a very complicated but brilliant system to prepare drivers. If we look at the number of fatalities in Austria, last year, 40 per million. If we look at the number of fatalities in Finland, it's again 40. If we look at the number of fatalities in Estonia, 41, so very close. But if we compare your system, which is very advanced and very complicated, to Estonian system of driver's education and to the Finnish system of driver's education, which is very, very basic. Why do we need to make this driver education so much complicated if the end result is the same in the three countries that I mentioned? Thank you.
I don't agree you. Because you can compare numbers as you wish, yeah, but the casualties per million inhabitants, you can't compare from one country to other, really, yeah, because you have winter times, which don't happen in other countries. In Holland, you have plain areas and much public transport, yeah. So, and there's a different quality of infrastructure. The car fleet of the country is different old, yeah. So you have so many parameters, yeah. I know this table from the European Commission, yeah, but it's our success, and we don't want to give up, and we are proud of our in-person training too, I must say, yeah.
Yes, but the question was if Finnish guys have snow and the cars fleet is older, and if they have the same road safety level, it means that Finnish people are doing better. It was not a criticism against the Austrian system, vice versa. This is a brilliant system, but the thing is that where is this limit, you know? How much complicated do we need to have the driver education system if we see that actually the end result is the same?
Yeah, again, the parameters in every country are different, yeah, and you must look at each individual parameter. And as Austrian, I won't compare how many people die compared per million in Romania or Bulgaria or in Great Britain, because the basics are so different.
Okay, I would like to take the final question for Stefan. Please, Dr. Britta.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ebner, for the great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Can I call you back? I have one more question, please.
No, I didn't hear.
No problem at all. I just wondered, could you comment on how you document the 3,000 kilometers that the learner drivers need to do with their accompanying drivers? That's the one question. And if I may squeeze the second one in, how could you comment on how you set up the group discussions that are led by traffic psychologists? Do they happen at the driving schools, or do you have dedicated centers? Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, there must be a log. Yeah, also every drive of the 3,000 kilometer has to be logged, and the learner driver has to keep a log and a kind of protocol. Yeah. So the authorities review this log, yeah? If the 3,000 kilometers are completed, yeah? Concerning the discussion group, we make this with a separate competence. It's an external person. It's a traffic psychologist. And we have a one-day training on a closed area at a driver safety training center. And 6 hours are more or less outside, testing the asphalt conditions, the different conditions, but also then they move for 2 hours in a discussion group, 10 or 12 people of the size, and they make an interactive discussion, learn from another. They have in the first months their new experience, have the experience of dangerous situations, and interesting discussions evolve, and so the awareness should be increased.
Thank you, Dr. Stefan. Next would be a bit of a change from our session today. I would like to invite my colleague, Ms. Mais Hussein. She will be coordinating the discussion of panel that will be taking place. It's an interactive panel between 5 expertise in the field and Ms. Mais. And she will be introducing the experts that will be joining her in the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today our panel will be about the future of the training materials offered by the driver trainings associations. Now, all the driver associations are trying to develop a new better set of skills for the drivers to enhance the road safety and to decrease the traffic accidents. For that, I would like to start this panel by welcoming our panelists, starting with Mr. Stanislav Dobrak, the Director of the Drivers Affairs Department in the Ministry of Transport of Czech Republic. We'll have Dr. Umair Hassan, a senior postdoctoral researcher at UAE University. Mr. Rajih Rafiq Al-Fahal, a lead health specialist at Abu Dhabi Public Health Center. Ms. Samira Muhammad Al-Kathiri from Abu Dhabi Public Health Center. And finally, Dr. Yaka Sondik, a professor at University of Ljubljana. Thank you everybody for joining this panel. We will start our questions with Dr. Umair. From a research perspective, what are the most recent researches and research findings regarding the developing of driver trainers programs?
Thank you for the question. See, at the present, what research is showing us that around 20 to 30% of the accidents in major cities around the world, they are because of the young drivers. And a lot of them are due to nervousness, inexperience, unfamiliarity, and even aggressive behavior, because we see, especially with the young driver, there's a lot of aggressive behavior. And these can be addressed easily through education and training, but it has to target the core behavior, what is behind it. To explain this, we have different theories in research that are being applied, like theory of planned behavior, theory of habit, and even fatalistic beliefs. Once we have the knowledge of what it is, then we can address the behavior. For example, in the case of the UAE, because it's largely an expat population, and we have to understand the social demographics of the different drivers that affect their risk perception, on-road responsibility, and even their culpability towards the aberrant driving behavior. Like, what do they think? Will I get caught or not? Or are they behaving certain way because the camera is there or the police is there? So that's an important aspect. And another thing that we are doing in research is the use of metaverse and driving simulators. So basically what we get to do is, at the present, we get to put drivers behind virtualized wheels without actually having the risk of putting them on the road. And then once we do that, we can do multiple scenario tests. And we can gauge their performance, tag unsafe behavior, we can do risk profiling. And using all that data, we can have training material which is more catered towards the specific population groups.
That's really good. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Now, this is as a feedback from the research upon how we can actually develop to have a better impact on the drivers. Now, Mr. Stanislav, from a techniques of after having that impact from the research, now we are developing those training programs. So what are the techniques that you are adopting in order to update those training materials?
Thank you for the question. I would divide my answer into two sections: form and content of these materials. In the sense of a form, the paper still prevails, but it's going to be less and less relevant. But we must know that not just the young drivers are the applicants. Also around 20% of our applicants are older, and they are not so familiar with the new technologies, and they are a little bit afraid of the new technologies. But that being said, I think animations, videos, and these new technologies are going to help and helping already to enhance their learning experience. From the point of view of content, I think it's important the content to be relevant as much as possible, and also to motivate the students to learn, so they want to learn. By that I mean the connection, because this is not a one-man show. The whole sector must cooperate. For example, police is giving us, for example, in the Czech Republic, we are getting data from the police. Also, we are getting the data from our system of exams. We are feeding back to the driving school sector, so they can recalibrate their materials. And also, we can reshape what they are learning quite flexibly. So for this, content and form can be the synergy and working together, and applications are more flexible than paper. So that's for us.
Yeah, and do you think with the new technology developments that we are having today, for example, associations has to be training the drivers on how to use the Google navigation, for example, while driving. So do you believe the addition of this training material will be like available with the associations very nearby?
Driving according to navigation, I think it's a part of the life of every driver now. And in EU, my predecessors was talking about it. Independent driving is going to be a part of exam during the examination. And yeah, definitely, it's part of life, and the new technology is going on.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Stanislav. Now, speaking about technology, Dr. Yaka, now with the recent updates of those training materials, as Mr. Stanislav mentioned, we do have the, let's call them the Generation Z, people who are familiar with the technology. We want to embed this training, new training materials into it. So how would you describe the best technology techniques that we are having recently for the recent training materials?
Thank you for the question. So, my main opinion is that regardless of the population that we are targeting, it always needs to be the clear goal what the technology is going to do in the specific segment, and we need to find always find a way how the technology will help, not just be introduced because it's fancy and because it's something new. So we talked a lot about driving simulation here. Driving simulators are getting better and better. The graphics is evolving tremendously, and just as we've seen in the hazardous perception test, for example, the new gaming engines it's hard to distinguish between the reality and the simulation-based scenarios. And it's super immersive, and specifically with this young population that you mentioned, they're used to games. They have a lot lower percentage of simulation sickness, which is something that is a problem maybe for other populations. But on the other hand, the problem that we also observe sometimes when we experiment, particularly with young generation, is that they too quickly take it as a game, because they are used to use it as a game, and they quickly, the driving simulation training becomes a racing game experiment, and this is something that's sometimes hard to control. But maybe the other point, just to touch it quickly, I said also yesterday in my speech that automated driving is coming. It's not just from today to tomorrow, but there are certain levels or ADAS functions that's being introduced in the vehicle. And within the European project, COST project, actually, we did a survey and we figured it out. It was a surprise for us that almost 70% of the people say that they're not using this new ADAS function. They just turn it off, like lane assist, adaptive cruise control. This can be super safe, but people turn it off because they don't trust it. And I think that's also one, I would say, big opportunity for using also modern technology, simulation, metaverse, to educate people, to gain trust that this technology actually helps, and make them not turn it off, because they are there to help us.
Okay. Now, regarding the simulators, do you have any recent research findings to prove that the behavior of the drivers on the simulator does actually correlate with the driver behavior on the road? As you've mentioned, they take it sometimes as it's a gaming experience. So do we have any correlation between that they are doing the same behavior on the simulator and on the road?
Yeah, behavior is exactly the right word that you use. So the simulator, as I said yesterday also, it will never be complete replica of a real vehicle, but if you manage to have it, I would say, immersive enough to extract the proper behavior, this is the final goal. So we've done some studies with insurance companies, because we have an insurance company in Slovenia, for example, which uses simulators for several years, and they invite young drivers before they get the first insurance policy to make a test in the simulator, and based on the test they give them discount. And we had an opportunity to actually monitor what happened with these young drivers after, in the next 4 or 5 years after this test. And we actually detected a significant decrease in the claims on the population that was evaluated as a top performance based on the simulation. So this is a direct proof. On complete other hand, we also tested the elderly population, because this is also one problematic region. I think the colleague before me said that the younger driver are the youngest driver are the main cause of the accidents, which is true. But if you look at the kilometer driven per person, the elderly drivers are very problematic. They drive a lot less kilometers, but in percentage, it's a very high accident occurrence. And we also tested with elderly drivers, and the technology, the simulation, for example, also proved to be a very useful tool for this very basic driver fitness assessment, if they're still able to keep the driving license or not. And here we also made some comparisons between completely medical-based evaluation, compare it with the simulation-based evaluation, and there was high correlation. So we are very happy to say that this is also, let's say, one of the possible regions to be addressed with this technology.
Okay, and will that also be applied on the population that is older than the Generation Z? Do you think that it will have the same impact on them as well?
Yeah, exactly. So, for example, in Europe, we currently don't have any unified legislation. What happens with the drivers when you reach 65 or 70 years old, for example? It's completely free. All the driving licenses, even mine, are valid until I will be 80 years old. So this will be the first checkpoint, unless I do something really stupid and the police will send me to the doctor. But otherwise, my first examination will be when I will be 80. And we are trying to to show the potential of this also to these other groups, to make some kind of a unified solution for screening process for all drivers after a certain age, and to prove that, again, that there is a high potential also using this kind of technology.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Yaka. Now, having an impact from the driver's behavior on the road after training and testing them, from a public health perspective, what are the missing elements in the training programs that we currently have, and it's affecting the public safety on the roads? For Mr. Rajah and Ms. Samira.
Yes, thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Actually, I think there is always a gray area in the technologies when using the technologies, especially in developing training materials and so on. However, this is the generation, how they are going on. This is, previously in 20 years ago, the digital solutions was not an option available. So industries now are going toward the technologies and using these technologies in their delivering their key messages, delivering their training, delivering their awareness. From public health perspective, as for us, we are looking at the data of different injuries in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. We think, for example, the children's safety in the vehicles, it's an issue that needs to be tackled more by different stakeholders. It's not just a public health or health sector role. It is a responsibility shared by different entities, such as hospitals, transport, governance, people themselves. Everybody is responsible for the safety of the children, especially. So I think the training should include different child development, psychological of the children, the trainer who's taking the lessons of training or driving lessons needs to understand also, if they have a children, what are the behavior that they have to understand. Within the development of the children, there is a lot of, psychological, physical development. So it's important also to involve the children's psychology when you are teaching parents or even teaching bus drivers or the bus attendees who's using, who's be there for the children in the buses. Proper seat belts for the children according to the age group. This is something important to be added as a training materials also, as even training of the future parent who's gonna be, who's having children later on. The infrastructure itself, the policies, regulations, people should be aware of these laws and regulations, As you know, there is introduction of the car seat law, for example, in the federal law. However, we're still missing some kind of enforcement, but still there is a law. The people need to know that. So the training should include the law, should include the other safety features of the vehicle itself. Sometimes I'm driving type of vehicle, I need to understand what are the safety features available with my car, for example, the type of seat belt, the type of the airbags, the type of whatever, if I am driving a bus, for example, the exit and so on. Besides this, I think how to respond to emergency. This is something important, I think, especially for the bus drivers and even the bus attendees, even the community, I think, even the future parents. Besides driving, they have to know how to respond if there is an emergency happened. Example, an accident happened. What is my role as a driver? What is my role as a passenger? What is my role as a pedestrian? So these all together needs to be added to the training itself. Even, the basic life support, how to rescue people if there is an emergency. So I think from public health perspective, we have a lot of items or messages we can add to the training manuals, and it will help a lot even the personality of the driver itself to understand the behavior of different users in the road.
Thank you so much, Ms. Samira, for the comprehensive answer. Mr. Stanislav, how would you think it's difficult to incorporate those training materials or the public safety for children and the bus drivers into the training materials in the associations? Mr. Stanislav, yeah. Yes, how can
sorry.
It's okay. It's fine. How can we incorporate such missing training materials regarding the children's safety and drivers' behavior on the road, the first aid after an accident, emergency responses, into the training materials through the associations?
Through the associations, it's again in the cooperation with the government to show, look, we have these materials. Then it's up to government to put them into national laws and to make them mandatory in the curriculums. Again, for example, in the Czech Republic, we have a small portion of a training dedicated to first response help.
Okay.
And also, there should be, again, the continuations in the exams, to have some exams on this first help during some crisis. And to be for putting there these informations, there must be cooperation also with the medical experts, because it's again changing and changing. I saw an EFA clip about the first CPR, I think it's in English, the first help. And it's also interesting, engaging for youngsters. And again, I would say it's not a silver bullet solution, but it must be through the whole sector to get it into the brains of new drivers from every possible way.
Thank you, Mr. Sanis. Mr. Rajah, from the public safety perspective, how do you share those impacts from your side into the training association so they can actually embed them through their programs?
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me in this summit to talk about really about the public health issue. As we know all that anything cause death or injury or morbidity, it's a public health issue. Injuries, and the main cause of injuries in Abu Dhabi, car accident. As Abu Dhabi Public Health Center, really we deal with this issue with high importance, and we developed a plan really to minimize or to prevent car accidents and injury in Abu Dhabi government, because it was the main cause of death in Abu Dhabi, the second cause of death in Abu Dhabi many years ago. And we developed a program based on WHO health promotion strategies, and now injury is the third cause of death in Abu Dhabi. Alhamdulillah, really we did a great job with our partners and our Abu Dhabi population. And the strategy, it was, as an example, just to mention about these strategies, it was policies and regulation, strengthening community action, and really we did a community mobilization, and we worked with our partners, with police, with the Family Development Foundation, and so on. And the third point is skills development and capacity building. And really we developed a program for child passenger safety program. And here in Abu Dhabi, we are a certified instructor to train child passenger safety technician, okay, with cooperation with Safe Kids International. And the fourth point, supportive environment. We really worked with our partners. As an example, if you see now all our roads built in high quality standards, and our cars also. And really we worked in changing the behavior of the drivers and the population. And this is our strategy. We worked last period of time to change the behavior of the drivers and the population to prevent injury prevention program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajah. Now, by this, we conclude our panel. Thank you so much for your participation. Do we have any questions from the audience? Ms. Haneen, can you just bring the...
First of all, I would like to thank the panelists for an interesting topic. My question is for the doctors, health doctors. So, if you come across a patient, he did a major car accident, and he got PTSD. So you are aware that now he got trauma, PTSD. Would you write a report regarding regarding this patient to the police to withdraw his driving license or stop him driving? Would you also write a report or letter to the insurance company not to provide him with a driving license or insurance company for that car, because you know the trauma is a major issue. So traumatized people, I believe they shouldn't be on the road unless they want to go severe treatment, psychological treatment, including debriefing. Can I have your feedback, please?
So, for example, we are not physicians in the hospital. Actually, we are working in a public health center, which is different, separate from the hospitals. However, according to your question, any injury cases or any road traffic injury report or come to the emergency department in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, there should be a police case. It's something normal, yani. The police will take their investigation and do their needed actions. But from our side, as a public health, we don't interfere in the process itself, yani. The insurance later on, this is also another field, yani. We don't also look at that field, actually. So the police will write the report and will write the whole investigation, the causes and the root causes of the accident, and they will raise their recommendation to the concerns department. But as a doctors, they do not. They will just follow up the case management and how to treat this patient. But once it's received as a police case, the police will take the whole investigation path, which is different than the management of the case itself. Yes, please.
First, thanks for you all for the nice discussion. Speaking about training materials, I think one of the main problems we can look about it now, the training materials including the simulator, the curriculum, the practical training, even can include the educational material for kids, but still there is no kind of integration between all of them. He will buy the simulator from X, the curriculum will be done by Y, the educational part will be done by Z. There is no kind of integration. If we mention, by example, the area can be an area include a lot of mountains, by example, by somewhere or another. But the simulator not include this kind of mountains training. It's not including the behavior of the area, of the people that located in that area. So I think one of the main aspects very important to look in the future, how we can integrate what we teach the elements, all the elements of educational, which will be the curriculum, the track design, the simulation, is all of this, any kind of integration between them? Normally it's not. So we have to include a kind of integration and kind of studying the behavior of that area to include in all these aspects. Normally what we see is not like this. So I'd like to hear from you, can we look at something like this in the future, or it still can be like a different items with no kind of integration between them?
I think the training people who's in the school driving companies can answer this, yani. However, I think there should be an integration, yani. According to the age groups, according to the region, as you mentioned, according to the type of vehicles are used familiar in this region. For example, helmet using, the proper, how to install helmets or whatever. You have lots of children in this area. Maybe you can focus more on the children's safety in the vehicles. You have more young people or adults in this area. Elderlies, they have different path of education, and recertifying them by giving them license after period or medical checkup requirement and so on. But I think the integration is something important. Yeah, you have to integrate according, and you have to look at all aspects available within your region. For example, UAE, we have a lot of desert regions whose people living in these deserts, and camps, activities, motorcycle, quad bikes, activities, and these all, there is issues in safety in these topics. We need to look at these also type of safety issues within the community itself, or within the behavior or the content of the community.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Samira. So basically, again, the question for the integration between the public health authorities to report back the main causes of those injuries, the rates of injuries, to then integrate it with the traffic transport authorization authorities who can, as you said, the police reports that shows exactly the lack of specific driver sets that caused the accident, and then to feed them back to the training associations where they can implement a better training programs to emphasize on those aspects. So I believe the integration is still lacking a little of parts in all organizations. However, the aim is to have the fully integrated system from different input parameters, and then enhancing the driver training material, and of course incorporating technology in order to deliver that material in the best way for the new generations. Do we have any further questions?
Thank you for the panel. I have a question. My name is Ammar Al-Attar from Road Transport Authority in Dubai. I manage training and qualification of drivers. I have a question maybe to Dr. Umair. Regarding the research about accident causes we do every year, I noticed in the last couple of years, I think, and everybody noticed the high increase of motorbike delivery riders. And that is, I think, number one now in fatalities. And also their number increased also. Like in Dubai, in the last couple of years, they increased by 300% of people who get the license to work as delivery. I think, did you do any study on this, or are you working on something? Maybe we can benefit from future.
That's actually a very interesting point. And I think in this situation, the UAE, it's very unique from the world because the motorcycle delivery drivers, a lot of them come from a certain social demographics. And this is more towards what I was saying earlier, like we cannot generalize the general psychometrics that are applied somewhere else, for example, in Europe to the UAE situation. That I think it's very important to actually assess the behavior of these people, what motivates them. And yeah, we had some experience in trying to do some research regarding it, but unfortunately we didn't have a chance to develop it. Maybe with TA would be able to develop it further.
Yeah, sure, we're ready.
Yeah, maybe I can add to that question. Actually, as you mentioned, there is a huge increase in the motorcycle injuries, especially in Talabat, Deliveroo, and the other delivery companies, starting from the pandemic, actually, because the demand increased. Yani, the people now at home start, ordering food, everything at home. So we saw this increase, and we have been approached by different stakeholders in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi especially, and we are looking at the whole system. Yani, beside the research, we have the data, and we share it with the epidemiologists to work on the analysis. However, beside that, as a part of the Road Safety Committee, Higher Committee in Abu Dhabi, they did a lot of initiatives to do awareness for this a specific group. We called also trauma doctors to show the seriousness of the cases. It's really serious. Yani the people who's attending the hospitals is badly injured because of not proper PPE available, Even if the PPE is there, it's not fitted well. They are not using the good safety gears that is proper. Even there's some kind of behavior because of the background of these drivers. Like, you know, they don't use the safety boots, they don't use the proper fitting of the helmet. Even the helmet itself, there is an issue within it. So the recommendations are raised by the different organizations in Abu Dhabi, and they are working actually extensively on how to reach, and they gather them in sessions, awareness sessions, proper, and they show them the different, you know, how serious this is and how you can prevent injuries and how you can behave more safely in the roads. It is an issue, and we are actually working with the stakeholders in developing some kind, because even the trauma doctors come to us to say this is an issue. You have to think how we can develop strategies, and we are sharing the data with them to do some kind of policy and analysis of the whole situation. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any further questions? Okay, thank you so much for your great participation, the panelists, and we'll see you soon. Thank you. I will just ask Ms. Samira to remain on the stage. We have a short presentation to be presented by the Public Health Center.
حصاد عمرنا، سر بسمتنا، سعادتنا وخوفنا. ما أسهل أن تتحول السعادة بهم حزناً عليهم. لماذا الانتظار؟ قليل من الحرص، قليل من الاهتمام قد يحميهم، بل يحمينا نحن من فقدان السعادة بلا رجعة. لنجعل من كرسي الأمان أسلوب حياة لأطفالنا.
There's a pointer or something? So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'll just go so fast about our initiative, which is child passenger safety within the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. Have it next. Okay. So as a public health, it's a new center developed in Emirates of Abu Dhabi in 2019 by the past Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, which is with the purpose of making sure the health and the safety of the community in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. It is located in UAE in Abu Dhabi, and we are covering 3 regions, which is Abu Dhabi, Al Gharbiyya, and Al Dhafra. And we have like 7 priorities, which is having a full system of health and safety in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, and health and safety of the workers, encourage the community regarding the best public health or healthy living style, quality improvement, and building capacity of the community. So why we are here, sorry, the presentation in Arabic, but I will say it. I don't know which language you prefer. شو حابين عربي إنجليزي؟ فهم ترجمي. So I'll talk in Arabic. So إدراكاً منا ضرورة وأهمية الحفاظ على سلامة الأطفال أو سلامة المجتمع ككل، مركز أبو ظبي للصحة العامة وضعت برنامج اسمه الوقاية من الإصابات which is Injury Prevention Initiative. الانجري بريفنشن انيشيتيف او الوقايه من الاصابات it's a full program within the Emirates of Abu Dhabi or within Abu Dhabi Public Health Center which is تهدف الى تقليل الاصابات في المجتمع. You know injury او الاصابات هي الاضرار الجسديه التي تحدث او الذي يتعرض لها الانسان فجاه، وهناك انواع مختلفه من الاصابات، اصابات متعمده واصابات غير متعمده. وهناك أيضاً طاقات مختلفة تسبب الإصابات، سواء طاقة إشعاعية، حرارية، كهربائية، كيميائية أو ميكانيكية. زي ما ذكرنا الإصابات كانت second of cause of death، يعني السبب الثاني الرئيسي، والحين الحمد لله السبب الثالث، ويمكن بعد الحين قل أكثر في السنوات الأخيرة. as a public health أو كصحة عامة إحنا دائماً نركز كيف احنا نقي الاصابات من وقوعها من البدايه، مش التدخل في الاجراءات الاخرى. تعريف منظمه الصحه العالميه ان هناك الاصابات 3 مراحل، اللي هي او التدخلات للوقايه بالاصابات هي 3 مراحل. المرحله الاولى اللي هو برايمري اللي هو الوقايه الاوليه، المرحله الثانيه اللي هي الوقايه الثانويه، والمرحله الثالثه اللي هي المتقدمه. الاوليه ان احنا من البدايه يعني الشخص ما يوصل للإصابة. This is the first thing which is the primary. secondary اللي هو إحنا نقلل من حدة الإصابة إذا استوت لا سمح الله. فهذا اللي يسمونها الكوميونتي ريسبونس، الفيرست ايد، البيسك لايف سبورت، هذه كلها تعتبر التيرشري السكندري أو الثانوية. التيرشري اللي هو أو المتقدمة شو الخدمات الصحية اللي موجودة في إمارة أبو ظبي، عدد الدكاترة، عدد المستشفيات اللي موجودة، الورك فورس اللي موجود، الخدمات اللي متوفرة، هذه كلها الريهابيليتيشن سنتر، هذه كلها تعتبر اللي هي البرايمري أو التيرشري كير. So احنا as a public health I think and everybody we are for يعني نركز أكثر شيء على البرايمري prevention والسكندري prevention. We have يعني احنا في ابو ظبي بابليك هيلث سنتر عندنا انظمه مختلفه للتقصي. واحده من الانظمه هذه تساعدنا على نعرف اتجاهات الاصابات في الاماره، يعني شو مسبباتها الرئيسيه، فاحنا دائما سنويا نحصر هالاصابات سواء كانت المميته او الغير مميته. فعندنا برنامج اسمه IPNS واللي هو اي اصابه توصل للمستشفى يوصل لنا ريبورت عنه احنا كمركز ابو ظبي للصحه العامه. وبعدين الإصابات المميتة نفس الشيء، إحنا نراجع البيانات الإصابات المميتة ونسوي لها طبعاً categorization. الحمد لله المعدلات في انخفاض، وهذا دليل على جميع المبادرات اللي هي موجودة سواء من النقل، سواء من الشرطة، سواء من جميع الجهات اللي لها علاقة. الأهم شيء اللي بتكلم فيها اللي هو موضوع سلامة الأطفال. خلينا نمشي كامل لأن هالأشياء كلها. ليش الأطفال مهم عندنا؟ لأن بعد الحوادث اللي نشوفها لها علاقة ب أكثر شيء أن الطفل يكون داخل السيارة as a car passenger not outside. يعني شو الاستراتيجية المهمة لتقليل إصابات الأطفال في السيارة نفسها؟ هو استخدام مقاعد الأمان. مقاعد الأمان تعتبر واحدة من أهم الاستراتيجيات لتقليل الإصابات في الأطفال، خاصة إذا استخدمت بالطريقة الصحيحة. إحنا كأفضل الممارسات العالمية دائما نحاول نجمع المعلومات، نسوي شراكات مع المؤسسات، نحاول نخطط تخطيط متكامل للبرامج وتطبيق هالبرامج. I'll go fast because أهم استراتيجيات اللي لازم نركز عليها دائما في التوعية في التدريب أو استراتيجيات الوقاية من الإصابات ككل، اللي هي استراتيجيات الثري إيز المعروفة، أو الإديوكيشن، الانفورسمنت، والإنجينيرنج والإنفايرمنتال موديفيكيشن اللي هو دعم البيئة الموجودة. فإحنا دائما في مشاريعنا نحاول مع الإديوكيشن نشوف شو القوانين الداعمة، شو الريجوليشنز اللي موجودة اللي تساعدنا في تقليل الإصابات، في نفس الوقت نشوف شو البيئة حول الشخص هذا نفسه، مثلا توفر كراسي الأطفال في أماكن معينة، نوعية كرسي الأطفال الموجود في إمارة أبو ظبي أو اللي مستورد في الدولة هذه كلها، هل هي معتمدة عالمياً كراش تستد؟ هاي تعتبر بعد environmental changes. الأم يوم تنزل من المستشفى خذت الإديوكيشن المطلوب، هاي كلها تعتبر سبورت حق الأم نفسها. واحدة من الانشطة اللي سويناها اللي هو حتى تكاسي أو الأجرة، علمنا مثلا الدرايفرز حق الفانز فاميلي فانز هاو تو انستول ا كار سيت، يعني كيف تثبت كرسي الأطفال في حال ان جتها أم مع طفل، فلازم يكون متوفر كرسي الأطفال. والقانون طبعا موجود في دولة الإمارات أن الأطفال أقل من 4 سنوات لازم يكونون في كرسي مثبت بالطريقة الصحيحة. طبعا أحزمة الأمام مهمة جدا، لأن الطفل دائما مختلف عن الكبير، له يعني دائما له سيكولوجية أو شكل أو زي ما نقول خصائص مختلفة عن الكبار. الطفل دائما صغير راسه كبير، فأول شيء بيصير شو إن الرأس هو اللي يتعرض للإصابة. فهالسيكولوجي أو هالخصائص اللي هي تختلف فيها الأطفال عن الكبار ضروري الشخص يفهمها. فإحنا كنا نفهم فيها الأمهات، يعني أنتم كطفل لازم تعرفون إن الطفل غير عن الكبير، ولازم تفهمون إن له خصائص مختلفة، يحب الاستكشاف، يحب الاطلاع وهكذا. فإحنا سوينا كم استدي عن الموضوع هذا، وشفنا أن في المجتمع يعني بعد الثقافة مش موجودة. في البدايات كان توفير الكراسي مجانا للأمهات، طبعا فيما بعد لا، المفروض أن الأم هي أو الأهل هم اللي يحطون شوية إفرتس ويشترون كرسي الأطفال، بدل ترى يشترون كل شيء فانسي للطفل، يعني حبكت على الكرسي الأطفال واللي هو أهم سيفتي تول موجود يعني للطفل هذا. فبدينا بالتوعية والإديوكيشن، وركزنا أكثر على التوعية والتدريب ودعم القوانين وهكذا، بدل ما نحن نعطيهم الفري كار سيتس. في حواجز وفي هاي حاولنا نشوف شو المشاكل اللي تستوي في الأسر عندنا. we have extended families وهالشيء موجود في كل مكان. التشالنج موجودة للحين، بس إن شاء الله إحنا مع دعم القوانين إن نكون قدرنا على حافظنا على سلامة الأطفال في المركبات. حاولنا نجيب الخبراء خارجيين نفس سيف كيدز اللي هم متخصصين في ترخيص الفنيين المرخصين في سلامة الأطفال. في الدولة تقريبا عندنا 4 انستراكتورز، وتقريبا خرجنا أكثر من 40 شخص أو فني مرخص في سلامة الأطفال. وايد كان في تفعيل لهالفنيين المرخصين، كان دورهم في المجتمع انهم فعل دورك. كان مثلا فني مرخص جايني من الجودة والمطابقة، شو دوره هناك؟ بيكون دوره انه يطالع على جودة كراسي الأطفال، فخذ الخبرة اللي يحتاجها من الدورة هذه وطبقها في مجال عمله. يعني مثلا فني مرخص من الشرطة بعد نفس الشيء، رخصنا كم واحد فني مرخص، فهو بياخذ المعلومة بيدرب الأفراد اللي عنده بالطريقة الصحيحة، لأن الكار سيت نفسه أو الكرسي الأطفال نفسه وايد يعني فيه أسبكت يحتاج فيه تدريب. فكل شخص تدرب عندنا كان له دور في التوعية. فتقريبا هذا هو اوفرول اللي احنا سويناه. وطبعا له الأثر المالي دائما، والاستثمار في هالأشياء لها أثر مالي فيما بعد، تقليل العبء على القطاع الصحي، تقليل الوفيات. حتى لو قدرنا ننقذ طفل واحد انقذنا المجتمع كله. فإن شاء الله تكون يعني هذه نبذة بسيطة عن دورنا احنا كبابليك هيلث في مركز أبو ظبي للصحة العامة في القيادة الآمنة في الإمارة. شكراً. أي سؤال؟ تفضل. هو
خليني ساكتة، أنا إذا بلشت ما بسكت. أنا امبارح أصلا أنا يستودي ما شفت صورة وجهه.
السلام عليكم أخ سمير، شكرا جزيلا يعطيك العافية، المحاضرة ممتعة. تكلمنا وركزنا على حماية ووقاية الطفل. طبعا رب الأسرة يروح المحل بيشتري كار سيت، في كار سيت أسعار غالية وأسعار منخفضة، رب الأسرة ما أعتقد أنه فاضي يقعد يقرأ المانيوال الانستركشن في الكار سيت. هل عندكم ستاندرد معين أو إدارة مقاييس توصي في
مقاعد أطفال معينة ذات مواصفات معينة.
اوكي، احنا
شكراً.
كإمارة ابو ظبي خلاص اعتمدنا الستاندر العالمي لكراسي الاطفال، فاللي موجود عندنا دا كلها ابروفد، الغالي والرخيص. فthey are QCC or they call it ISMA qualified، يعني quality check already، يعني دخلت في تيستينج وكلها، فاللي موجود كلها within the quality. مش يعني قبل كان شويه الوضع عشوائي، بس من حطوا الستاندر خلاص الحين كل كراسي الاطفال اللي موجوده within the standard.
طب معلش السؤال الآخر يمكن بعيد عن الموضوع، نفس الشيء ينطبق على الهلمت؟
على الهلمت لا، بعدنا احنا شغالين على الموضوع هذا.
شكرا جزيلا.
يعطيك العافيه. تفضلي ريم.
سؤال بس على السريع. بياج.
تفضل اخوي.
بخصوص الاحصائيات، هل هي متواجده على الموقع نقدر نطلع عليها ولا؟
الانيوال السنويه اللي هي عن طريق دائره الصحه موجوده هي الاحصائيات، هي published 2000 اخر شيء الببلش 2018. بس ان شاء الله بنحاول احنا يكون عندنا interactive dashboard updated to the recent ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله. شكرا.
يعطيك العافيه. شويه يمكن طلعنا برا عمود النقل والتكنولوجيا.
اوكي، شكرا كثير سميرة. جهود عن جد أنا شاهدة عليها إنها جهود جبارة، وبعرف إنه اشتغلتوا كثير لحتى يطلع قانون مقعد الأطفال. هل في أي تواصل بينكم بين الجهات المختصة لتطبيق هذا القانون؟ لأنه للأسف ما في تطبيق على أرض الواقع، فإذا حدا من الشرطة هون كمان فيه يفيدنا بليز يحكي معنا. Thank you.
ما ادري حد عندنا ممكن يساعدنا في هالسؤال. طبعا القانون موجود، الانفورسمنت ستيل، يعني تطبيق القانون فيه شوي جابس، لان عندنا موضوع التنتنج في السيارات اللي هي المخفي، وصعب ان الواحد يدخل خصوصيه الاشخاص في السياره. ما ادري اذا الانظمه المتقدمه اللي موجوده مثلا الرادارات المعينه لها دور في حصر هالحالات اللي هو الاطفال العشوائيين اللي جالسين في كراسي الاطفال. فاحنا عندنا صراحه عن طريق اللجنه، بس بعد الانفورسمنت از نوت يت ريدي يعني. تفضل استاذي.
يعطيك العافيه دكتوره. موضوع مهم يعني، لا متعلق بالسلامه جدا يعني صراحه موبيليتي اديوكيشن. حقيقة أنت يعني النقطة اللي أثرتيها بخصوص المخفي وأنه صعب الانفورسمنت، يمكن جبتي على بالي فكرة أنه الأخوة في الشرطة الآن عندهم أنظمة ل automated recognition للسائقين اللي يمسكون تليفوناتهم. فالآن في كثير من الأهالي يأخذون الطفل ويجلسونه قدام، الأم تجلسها على حضنها وكذا. فأعتقد هذا ممكن يدخل في نفس المنظومة.
صحيح.
يعني أنا أتكلم عن تجربة شخصية. في 2014 كنت أمشي في استراليا والأم ماسكة الطفل، فجاني اتصال من الشرطة، فأثاري حد من الجمهور مشتكي علي، مبلغ علي أن أنتم حاطين طفلكم أمام. نعم، بس هذا تعليق يعني بس.
يعطيك العافية. I think يعني هناك لازم يكون في فرص للموضوع هذا، ف يبغانا نشوف شو الأشياء المستحدثة اللي موجودة وكيف ممكن إحنا الانفورسمنت يكون موجود في الدولة. بعدها الثقافة، يعني محتاجين بعد وقت للثقافة، ثقافة الأم أو ثقافة الأهل، وجود الخادمات، وجود يعني سائق، هذه كلها challenges موجودة.
بدنا ثقافة السلامة أولاً. We need the culture of safety to be there, to be honest, on not only on traffic يعني.
Thank you. Any other question? شكراً، يعطيكم العافية.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Samira, for the great presentation and the great work presented. Now, finally, we have a short video regarding this topic that we would like to show it to you. It's about a program that was launched with the Department of Transportation, MS Driving Company, and the Traffic Department regarding the school bus driver and assistant education. Now, unfortunately, this program was launched after the unfortunate death of a child who was left in the vehicle, in the bus, without the awareness of the bus driver and the assistant. If we can have the video, please.
My name is Hussein Shah. I work as a school bus driver. I was among the beneficiaries of the school bus drivers qualification program at the Emirates Driving Company. The school bus drivers qualification program made me professional driver and taught me the safety standards, including checking the bus before and after the trip to ensure that the bus is safe, keeping students safe, economical driving, and how to avoid the mistakes of road users and act during dangerous situations, managing the ascent and descent of students, dealing with emergency situations, and how to evacuate the bus from students in an organized and professional manner, handling bus safety equipment. I learned from this program 3 principles that are rights, respect, and responsibility. Student rights and respect, my responsibility towards them and towards the institution which I work in. Taking care of my general appearance is as important as dealing with students, since it contributes to their comfort during the trip to and from school.
Emirates Driving Company, guiding you to safer roads.
Okay, thank you so much for your great attendance. I would like to please invite you to the lunch break, and we'll see you after the break. Thank you.
everyone. We're going to start our session again. So please join us. You can upgrade. We have 5 more sessions pending, and then after that we will have trophy awarding and the closure session. I would like to kindly request from Mr. Vincenzo Ranco, I hope I said that right, from Brain Science, to join me on stage. Mr. Vincenzo Rocca is project manager and R&D from Brain Science, who will be presenting to us about the neuroscientific tools for assessing student experience at driving school. So he will be taking us a little more into neuroscientific tools method.
Brain Science is a company based in Rome that which work in neuroscience, applied neuroscience. I'm a biomedical engineer and I'm more specialized in neuroscience, and I'm also a researcher of Sapienza University in Rome. Today I'm going to present you 2 case studies we conducted in the context of the automotive. In particular, the first one was centered on driving school, and the second one was centered on driving simulation. So As I told you, this is a brief introduction about what brain science is and what brain science does. The company is strongly linked with the research environment. In particular, was born as a spin-off of the Sapienza University. And for that, it has a strong link, a strong component of researchers, mainly specialized in neuroscience and signal processing analysis. But also the company includes a division for neuromarketing services. Therefore, other members of the teams are specialized in marketing and psychology. In the last 15 years, we partnership with different companies, national and international companies, and also we participated in a wide range of national and international projects, mainly based on human factors, mainly based on the evaluation of humans in operational environments. In fact, during these years, we managed to perform our data collection and analysis on different subjects: car drivers, aircraft pilots, helicopter pilots, surgeons, air traffic controllers, and paratroopers. All of them were monitored in real environments. This slide represents actually the core of what brain science does in terms of research and applying neuroscience. Basically, we collect neurophysiological and autonomic signals. By signals, we mean electroencephalography, eye tracking, heart activity, and electrodermal activity. Then we analyze these signals and with the objective to compute neurometrics. Neurometrics are indication about specific mental states of the user. For example, cognitive workload, stress, attention, visual attention, and emotion. Why we are so interested in human factors? Different scientific research validated that model that you see on the right, called U-inverted relationship. This relationship is based on the link between the cognitive resources and the performance of the user. What we know is that if the cognitive resource, for example, the mental workload, is too low or too high, the performance of the subject will be poor. Therefore, it is crucial to understand and identify which is the optimal level of this trade-off between performance and cognitive results in order to being able to identify which is the optimal condition for each specific human for working. And this aspect is crucial also in terms of safety. Safety of the operator and safety of the people that depend from the operator. So, in automotive context, of course, the human factors are playing a crucial role. Let's think about that. The human errors is the main cause of road accident and is a contributing factor in road accidents for over 90%. So, by applying the human factor evaluation, objective human factor evaluation in automotive, could provide different positive outcomes. For example, by characterizing and understand the driving behaviors in different scenarios, also investigating and identifying the reason of impairments, and finally improve and optimizing the driving education and training. So here I'm going to present you the first case study we applied in the context of the automotive through a neurophysiological approach. We compared two different aspects. We compared the in-presence versus the remote classes at driving schools. The objective was to assess the effectiveness of online education, and so by comparing it with a standard in-presence classroom. We involved 40 participants and we collected neurophysiological data in order to compute cerebral and biometric indexes that could be useful to identify this effectiveness. The technology we used in this context were the Muse-S, which is an headband that is able to collect cerebral activity. The Empatica E4, which is a sort of a smartwatch that can record heart activity and skin sweating. These two technologies were paired with the Brain Science Reader, a software we developed to simultaneously record biosignals in real environments. So the results in terms of neurophysiological parameters, the first one is related to the eye blink rate. The eye blink rate is a parameter which is derived from the eye activity. The different research in literature already validated this index as linked with the attention. In particular, the inverse eye blink rate is showed as an indicator of the attention. And if we look at the figure on the left, we can see that the attention index was statistically higher for the students who took part in the in-presence classrooms. And if we look at also at the figure on the right, which is representing the trend over time trend of the attentional index, we can see that the attention of the students during the remote classrooms significantly decreased at the end of the lesson. This result is paired with the one related to the heart rate. I told you that we collected also heart activity and electrodermal activity, the skin sweating. So the heart rate is validated in a scientific literature as to be a correlate of the mental workload. Even in this case, we can see that the results tell us that the students who took part in presence lessons were more mentally engaged with the respect of the students in remote lesson. And this is also confirmed by the trend over time we can see on the right, for which the heart rate, so the mental engagement index, was actually significantly decreasing at the end of the remote lessons. Finally, the results related to the skin sweating. From the skin sweating, we derived a parameter called the skin conductance level. This parameter is largely validated in literature as an indicator of the arousal and stress. Here, interestingly, these results tell us that the participants, the students, felt a certain grade of discomfort because, in fact, they were more stressed during the remote classrooms. And if we look at the figure on the right, the overtime trend tells us that the stress level of the students was actually significantly higher, especially at the beginning of the lesson. So it was an indication about the fact that the students, especially in the first part of the remote lessons, were perceiving a discomfort, were perceiving not a positive sensation about the class and the teaching. So finally, we also analyzed how the students were actually learning within these two environments of lesson. We asked the participants to answer 10 questions, 5 related to the first part of the lesson, the other 5 related to the second part. And we found that the percentage associated to the wrong answers was higher for the students who took part into the remote lessons. And additionally, we also found that almost 1/3 of the students did more errors in remote lessons. So, on the basis of this approach, we conducted at driving schools, we also decided to invest and to realize a specific device in order to be able to apply the neurophysiological approach directly behind the wheel. How we did this with the Mind2Touch. So before describing the second case study, I will just give you an overview about what is the Mind2Touch. 10 years ago, which is represented on the left part of this slide, 10 years ago, the EG was something that was not compatible with an operational environment. It was something that was just dedicated to laboratory research, since it needed technicians, needed bioengineering knowledge to analyze data. But now, with the Mind2Touch, with the technological advancement in this context, we are able to collect the data, perform the signal processing automatically, and to provide online neurometrics directly to the user through a simple software and a simple app in order to be used by everyone. And how we collect the EEG data? We developed a specific device called Mind2Touch, which is wearable, and it doesn't need any conductive gel for the electrodes. This is the device. The device was developed by Brain Science in a context of a European project, and its first light version is ready to be sold in next January. So just to give you a better overview of what Mind2 can do, is the Mind2 can be identified as a platform. These platforms foresee the signal collection, e.g. signal collection. Then there is a layer which includes signal processing and neurometrics computation. The output of Mind2 are the neurometrics, presented in a simple user interface. Then the signal can be collected through the Mind2Touch, the device you just saw, but also with different other devices. For example, even in Brain Science, we developed a second device called Revive, which is more compatible with neuromarketing applications. So here I'm going to present you the second case study, which is mainly based on the Mind2 validation in automotive. We performed an experimental protocol in which Mind2 was worn by students and participants in a driving simulation context. The objective was to validate the neurometrics, but also to understand what is the plus in applying this kind of approach instead of subjective or behavioral measurements. The participants had to complete different driving tasks in simulated driving. They had to perform a different level of driving task difficulty in order to validate our index. And then they had to perform 5 runs, almost with a similar path. And within these 5 runs, they had also 2 engine failures, which were required to be disabled by a button. So the results related to the subjective and behavioral measurements did not tell us so much in terms of statistical significance. In fact, the questionnaires, the NASA TLX, which is a validated questionnaire developed, a questionnaire for the mental workload assessment developed by NASA in US, showed no significant effects in terms of subjective, in terms of perceived mental workload. So for the participants felt the 5 runs almost identical in terms of mental workload. The driving performance, the same. We had no significant effects in terms of collision while driving among the 5 runs. But looking at the neurometrics, we can see that, firstly, on the left, we can see that the index we computed, the mental effort index, was validated since was significantly higher during the hard task with respect to the easy one. And additionally, on the right, we can see that even among the 5 runs, the mental effort significantly decreased across them. This result is reflecting a typical behavior of drivers. They were actually adapting to the driving task since they were almost identical. So when they were performing the 3rd, 4th, and 5th run, they were actually more practiced. So they were, their brain allocated less cognitive reserves, the mental effort, to this task. And this result is confirmed by this figure on the left. This result is related to the reaction time. The reaction time associated to the managing of the engine failures. In fact, the reaction time significantly decreased from the 3rd run. This means that the participants were more ready, they were more ready to handle with the engine failure. So, and this is strongly linked with the significant decrease of the mental effort index. Since their cognitive reserves was less engaged in the driving task, their brain was more ready to handle unexpected event as the engine failure. So just to conclude, regarding the case study 1, what we learned was that, of course, the in-presence lesson were more mentally engaging the participants, the students, but also that the remote lessons caused a higher stress, especially at the beginning of the lesson. This could be due to the less smoothness in interacting with the teacher, but also in a certain grade of discomfort of being in front of a screen by just interacting remotely with the teacher. These results are, of course, confirmed by the analysis of questionnaires, which demonstrated that the students who took part in remote lessons performed worse compared to the ones involved in the in-presence lesson. Regarding the second study, the one related to the driving education in simulated driving, we can say that the neurometrics, of course, is sensible to the cognitive reserves variation of the participants among the different simulated driving tasks, but also that the neurophysiological approach could also give us an added value that subjective and behavioral, such as the questionnaires or the analysis of collisions, cannot give us. And this value corresponds to the fact that by applying a neurophysiological approach, so by objectively evaluate the human factors of drivers, we are able to identify when the driver is more capable of handling additional tasks or handling and managing unexpected events. So this is just the last slide, and this is a short video about how we applied the Mind2Touch and validated the device in simulated driving. Here we can see that there is a participant involved in a simulated driving task. On his head, we can see that there is the Mind2Touch fully operative. The participant is performing a urban scenario, simple urban scenario. And especially that here we can see that the neurometrics associated to the driving, so the mental workload and the attention, are actually estimated online in real time. So if you are interested in seeing how actually Mind2Touch works and interested in measuring your brain activity, please come to see us at Brain Science booth. I thank you for your attention, and I'm here if you have any question or comment.
Thank you, Mr.
Hi,
Donka.
my name is Dr. Rani, and I deal a lot with gamification and a lot of this kind of things. So I'm very interested to understand how many kids or how old were the kids in the experience within the classroom for remote and so which grade?
They were in at the end of the high school, I guess.
At the end of high school. And how many students did you evaluate overall?
40 participants.
40 participants. Okay. Is it enough significant?
Yeah, we conducted a specific study in order to determine which is the optimal sample size on different kind of studies. The study is called the Sample Size Matters, and is published on Frontiers in Neuroscience. And yes, 40 participants for this kind of application is robust enough to have a significantly statistic. Yeah.
Okay, and we bought one of the devices 2 years ago. It was very popular, I can't remember the name, and we tried to make a lot of experiments. So it's a commercial device, sellable, so it can measure all the waves and etc., alpha, theta, gamma. And we try to make an experiment by observing the waves, and if the user doesn't interact with anything, we can track by the brain waves if the people like something or they don't like something. So we spent quite a lot of time, maybe a couple of months. We have been monitoring different people, different behavior, and what I realized is actually that I couldn't drive out the real science out of it because there is a very random. So the behavior of the waves of the brain, after we thought that we caught a pattern according to what the brain thinks he likes, and according to the combination of waves and etc. and their parameters, until we put maybe 50 people, and then we realized that actually, and we compared of what they believe they like and what the brainwave was showing, and we couldn't drive any decent conclusion out of it. So we drop it off. How do you measure, and how did you conclude that these measurements are accurate to what you show they measure?
Yes, I see your question. Actually, by analyzing electroencephalography is a long way complex issue. What we did with MindTooth is, MindTooth is something that was born maybe 15 years ago, since we started to analyze EEG signal with standard laboratory equipment. Then we developed our algorithm to analyze the signal, but also to remove artifactual components of the signal, of the EEG signals. What you get from commercial devices are often not the raw data, not the raw EEG data. You just get the estimation that they perform with their algorithm. But what we do here with MindTooth is something that is strongly linked to the pure research, since we developed this device and we validated it also by comparing the signal the MindTooth acquired and the signal collected through standard laboratory equipment. So we know that there is a gold standard quality in terms of EEG signal, but also we know that we apply algorithms that were validated along 10 or 15 years in scientific research. So that's why we are confident, we are sure that we are evaluating that specific mental state.
We have another question here.
Where did you say you have a booth here somewhere?
Yeah, it's at the end, on the left of the entrance.
Can I have a question? Okay. Jaka Stodnik from University of Ljubljana. So my first quick question is with regards to basically the output of this neurometrics. It seems to be like some kind of a number representative cognitive workload index. So how exactly do you get this number? And because the scale went from 0.5 to approximately 5, and what is the dynamic range of this scale, and how exactly do you get this number?
Yes, you can choose your own normalization. Since in this case, you saw, we applied a zeta score normalization, so your index can vary, is varying in a range between minus zeta and plus zeta. But of course, you already tried our system, so you know that there is a calibration. This calibration is used to collect data and remove the artifacts, the iBlink artifacts, but also to compute a sort of baseline of your rest of, your mental workload in a rest condition. Then we can refer the mental workload, for example, we measure in a driving task on your baseline. That's how we compute a normalized mental workload index. But basically, with our system, you can choose the normalization you want.
Okay, thank you. And the second question, so in the results of the second study, you also showed NASA TLX as one of the measurements that you took, and it seems like there was no significant differences between conditions, but with your device you found very interestingly significant difference. So how would you comment on that, since NASA TLX is some kind of a golden standard for, at least through subjective perception, to assess the cognitive workload?
Yes, this is what you said. This is the point of MindTut. Since you said the NASA TLX is a validated gold standard measurement for the perceived mental workload. By looking at these results, we know that MindTut, or in general, a neurophysiological approach, can tell you something that is going behind the perception of the user. And this is crucial in operational environment, because even if the driver knows that he's not tired, but maybe he is, and maybe something's going to happen and is dangerous for him and the others. That's the plus of applying a neurophysiological approach and using something like MindTut, because with this device, you can understand timely when the user is tired, when his cognitive workload is too high, or when he's going to be drowsy.
Due to the lack of time we have, I'm going to request if anyone has any extra question, please, you can visit their booth at the beginning of the hall at the right side, and Mr. Ronca will be there available at your disposal for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Ronca.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Lorenzo and Mr. Bissoni. Lorenzo is the Vice President, Mobilian Education and Road Safety, and Mr. Bissoni is the CEO of the Automotive School Siennois Bisson, and they will be presenting to us about the driving school creative of security and mobility. Okay, and Mr. Manuel will be joining us on stage as well.
Thank you. Sorry for my English and for my French accent. I have to read my note. Okay. I'm honored to represent France at the Mobility Education Summit. And to start, on behalf of Mobilian's organization, I sincerely thank Abu Dhabi authorities, Emirates Driving Company, European Driving School Association, and all participants. Congratulations for this summit. In France, Mobilians is a professional organization which represents all automobile service profession. Patrice and me are the presidents and the vice presidents of Mobilians Education and Road Safety. Our organization represented 85% of driving schools, and we collaborate with public powers for the creation of ambitious projects about safety road. We are creator of security for mobility. The presenting project is about the mandatory theoretical courses during the initial formation and the elderly people's accompaniment by driving schools for the maintenance of the mobility in security. Initial training. Road safety education remains a lasting solution to reduce car accidents. With nearly a quarter of road This, in France, young drivers pay dearly the price of road insecurity. Learning to drive requires significant technical skills, but also the teaching of good behaviors. We should not forget that driving is a social and civic activity. In France, there is an imbalance between, on one side, the compulsory 20 hours driving, which are essential to a safe and secure training for drivers, and on the other side, the regulatory void concerning theoretical group training, which is vital for the acquisition of safe and appropriate behavior on the road. Driving instructors are ready to provide theoretical group lessons in driving schools. Our proposal aims on setting up 3 hours compulsory theoretical courses in driving school. It will be based on constructivist vision of learning in which the learner develops his basic skills considering the other users. This first phase of awareness will take place during the initial training and will consist of 1 hour theoretical courses relating to intersections and sharing the road, and 1 evolving course relating to the male car accident factory, depending on the road safety annual results. This course could be about vulnerable users, new types of mobility, and psychoactive substances. A measure of undeniable interest for road safety, which will mark a significant progress towards the lasting reductions of accident rates. It will mark a drop in the practical courses, national average, and consequently, a drop in training costs, or at least our balance. Moreover, learners will spend less time learning theory during practical courses, hence will focus efficiently on practice. This proposal aims at reducing the cost of road insecurity, justifying the repressive arsenal, and changing the public opinion image of road safety policy. But it goes even far beyond that. Driving schools welcome all young people without place selection and remain a unique and essential meeting point. This civic road education will bring soft skills to all individuals. In France, the driving license is the result of an exam. Obtaining it allows vehicles to be driven and open to traffic roads for an indefinite period. Concerning the EV vehicles categories, there is a compulsory periodic training every 5 years. It allows the driver of one of these vehicles, firstly, to be controlled on his physical abilities, and secondly, to update his knowledge of security. This periodic training was created regarding the regulation, evolutions, and road users' safety. What already exists for the EV vehicles should be established for B category license. The license being valid for 15 years, a compulsory theoretical continuing training delivered by approved driving school will allow all drivers to update their skills. But it can also help drivers to be aware of the evolution of sharing the road with all users. The second part of the project considers elderly drivers. Let's start with an overview of the situation in France. Since 1970, the number of seniors over 65 has doubled. In 10 years, between 2008 and 2019, their travel times have increased by 8 minutes per day. In 2018, the percentage of autonomous seniors reached 81% for women and 85% for men. The private car is the means of transport mostly used by seniors over 75, well above public transports. Seniors' car ownership rate is increasing. They are overrepresented among road victims and are mostly killed in the car. The causes of fatal accidents for which seniors are presumed responsible are mainly priority refusal at intersections and loss of consciousness. Over the world, in 2019, 1 in 11 people was over 65. In 2050, it will be 1 in 6 people. Mobilians developed a national territorial network of driving schools. Our safety road professionals are committed to transforming their model in response today and tomorrow's challenges. One of them is maintaining safe mobility for seniors. This commitment stems from the deep conviction that the autonomy of our seniors requires an appropriate mobility support throughout their life. Without it, the slide into dependency and social isolation is inevitable. Consequently, driving schools implement concrete actions with a threefold objective: to help seniors to face the road uses evolution and the change of their capacities, to value the experience of seniors, ultimately to act in order to fight against the stigmatization of seniors' mobility. Achieving these goals requires the organization of collective information and awareness sessions, intergenerational theoretical collective sessions, individual driving audits during which seniors present their daily journeys. This audit leads to a list of advice aiming at making their journey safer. Professionals wish is now to see this sort of actions generalized throughout France, particularly by creating with the health insurance support at Mobility Box. It will guarantee seniors information and orientation toward a reference driving school nearby their home. This box will allow seniors, their families, and prescribers to identify driving schools as welcoming and supportive places, reference for everyone's mobility everywhere. Maintaining seniors' mobility, whether motorized or not, requires everyone's mobilization. The commitment of experts such as driving schools exists. These authentic mobility schools offer qualitative and personalized support. It can only be sustained and generalized with the public authorities' support. Listing, valuing, and supporting our seniors in a plural, adapted, and secure mobility, this is the meaning of the driving school's international commitment. Maintaining safe mobility for seniors must be an international commitment. Thank you.
Merci. Tous mes regrets parce que je ne suis pas anglophile et je vais parler en français, mais mon ami Manuel traduira.
Ok.
Okay, good afternoon to everybody. Sorry, but I just speak French, so my friend Manuel will try to translate.
Deux remarques sur l'exposé qui vient d'être fait.
Just two remarks on this position that we have seen.
La première concerne la France, la deuxième concerne plus l'international et ce magnifique meeting.
Okay, so the first one concerning the France, and the second one international field, and then linked to this summit.
Alors la première, avec ce que j'ai pu entendre pendant les 2 jours, on s'aperçoit que la France est en retard.
The first thing concerning the France, the things that we have understood, that the French system of licensing is on late.
Parce que tout simplement, la plupart des pays mettent en place des formations théoriques obligatoires.
First of all, because most of the countries that we have heard in a 2 days meeting is that the majority of the countries make a compulsory theoretical training.
Et je voudrais ici réaffirmer haut et fort ce qu'a dit le docteur Manuel Picardi, c'est que les meilleurs supports numériques ne remplaceront jamais l'enseignant. Ce n'est qu'un outil au service de l'enseignant pour pouvoir transmettre les comportements sûrs.
Okay, sorry, just a second. Because Mice told to me that the translator in the cabin speaks French and is translating in English. So can you use the head support so you can understand it directly in English?
D'accord, super. Très bien. Très bien. Donc oui, je disais que je ne peux que réaffirmer ce qu'a dit haut et fort le docteur Manuel Picardi, c'est qu'un support ne pourra jamais remplacer un enseignant. Le support, c'est un outil pour l'enseignant. La deuxième et dernière remarque est beaucoup plus sur l'international. Et tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier la compagnie Emirates des écoles de conduite d'avoir permis d'inviter la France à pouvoir vous exposer notre modèle. Et on est vraiment très heureux de pouvoir le faire. Et donc, je profite de votre sommet pour peut-être permettre de faire un engagement à l'international. La deuxième partie de l'exposé de Lorenzo, ça a été sur les seniors et la mobilité. C'est un sujet international. Tous les pays vont être confrontés au fait de maintenir la mobilité en sécurité pour nos seniors. On ne peut pas laisser de côté nos aînés. Et donc, je pense qu'on pourrait, ici et maintenant, prendre l'engagement que les auto-écoles internationales pourraient, au sujet des seniors, prendre l'engagement d'écouter, de valoriser et d'accompagner nos seniors dans une mobilité plurielle, adaptée et sécurisée. Si les écoles de conduite internationales ne donnent pas ce signal fort, on aura effectivement un vrai sujet qui se transformera en problème pour la mobilité de nos aînés. Merci pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Lorenzo and Patrice. Is there anyone with any questions? No questions? I would like to invite on stage, thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to invite on stage my colleague, Mr. George Al-Zakhem. Business Development and Partnership Manager in Emirates Driving Company, and he will be coordinating the next panel session. He will introduce his panelists. Please, Mr. George.
Thank you, Haneen. Welcome, everyone. Nice to see you again, everyone. Actually, we are targeting now for the last session the theme related to enhancing the road driver behavior by developing new training technologies and enlarge the awareness campaign. We all know that the human factor is relatively the main factor related to anything in the world when it comes to behavior. So the car in UAE is a fancy car, it's a good car. The road in UAE is coming number one for many years. The enforcement in UAE is fully automated, and you can maybe get in 2 minutes the fine if you make any offense. Also, the emergency, they are reaching as per the international time frame, the accident. So those areas are all well developed in the UAE. But when we are talking about people, we talk always about behavior. We have seen something very important during COVID-19. Then we shift directly to behaviors that we were not using in the previous decade. And those behaviors was related to our safety and health safety. What about the road safety? So the panel will discuss this important part related to human behavior and how technology will enable more changing of behavior in the young generation. I will call to the panel Dr. Britta Lang, Dr. Annie, CEO of Pixel Hunter, and also I will call Mr. Vincenzo, sorry. He's the R&D and project manager of Brain Science, the previous presentation. I will call also Dr. Hamad Al-Jasmi, the director of Emirates Center of Mobility and Research in the UAE University. Dr. Jamal Al-Mutawa, faculty member at Public Authority of Applied Education and Training at College of Technology Studies, Civil Engineering Department. تفضل دكتور. We'll start with you, Dr. Jamal. Previously, we were not hearing about social media, and suddenly social media now is the main channels for giving messages to many people, especially youngsters. How social media is impacting awareness campaigns?
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Conference Committee for this kind invitation.
And about the social media, now it's become the most reachable media especially for the young driver and young people. I did a study in this area, and I asked which the most media or social or reachable message you can receive it from different mass media. Number one becomes social media for young driver and middle-aged driver. The second thing was the billboard. The third thing was the television. Television was the first. That was maybe 20 years ago or so. But now, social media is the most reachable to send a message for the driver. So some study or previous study talk about the effect of the media on changing behavior. Some study, they prove that there is a little change when they respondents see anti-speed messages. Another study say it is hard to affect driver behavior by the traffic campaign alone, with the absence of enforcement. So enforcement and education and the traffic campaign, one of the part of the education, should work together to improve driver behavior.
Thank you so much. This will lead me, if you may allow me to jump to the last question, which is for all. The question will be, what are the contributing factors from the 5 E's, the education, the engineering, the enforcement, the emergency, the evaluation, which impact the changing of behavior? Because you mentioned about enforcement coming along with education. I would like to ask Dr. Britta and everyone about this subject. We'll start with you, Dr. Britta. I believe you have a research also on this area.
Yes, there is a lot of research on the impact of awareness campaigns on road safety and casualty numbers, and I can only echo what my esteemed colleague just said. It is a meta-analysis of over 280 different road safety campaigns has demonstrated that if you combine the road safety campaign with another measure, with another E, if you like, whether that be enforcement, education, evaluation, it tends to be substantially more impactful than if you present the driver campaign in isolation. So on average, we can expect something like a 10% reduction due to campaigns, awareness campaigns, if you combine it with another measure and so provide a program of work, then the casualty reductions that you can observe are more in the region of 15 to 18%. This is according to a Scandinavian study by Elvik and Var. And of course it does make sense. You're trying to, for example, if the law changes, we had the introduction of child seats a few years ago, then of course you need to communicate that change in legislation to the road user community, for them to know, for them to realize that you now need a child seat or more child seats in the vehicle, and then to adjust their behavior over time. So I think what we cannot expect is that for behavior to change from one day to the next as soon as the communication is out there, but you need to give people time to restructure, adopt the new behavior, break the previous habit, and sort of establish a new habit in accordance with the change that you want it to be.
Great, thank you. Anyone else from the panelists can add on this?
Yeah, I think we have to, every campaign should be oriented and measured in the social impact of everything, because we live right now in the era of social media. So the social media have so much influence over the behavior. So just to communicate a message with some campaign is not enough. We need to involve the community. So we have to make a community and make this community communicate over a matter. So if we can imply some more
how to say, engaging methods like gamification or some rewarding or something that engage more the community, all the communication campaigns can have even bigger impact on the education, the awareness, and the behavior change.
Thank you. This is why we say we do campaign not for people. This is a very old methodology. My teacher used to tell me we do campaign with people. So it is a partnership between the campaigner and the audience. We need to understand them properly. Thank you. Thank you so much for this note. Any other comment related to this? Dr. Hamad, what can we do to increase the impact of awareness campaign on the road? From research point of view, you're coming from really a heavy research center related to mobility, and you work on data, you master the data. What we can use from this perspective to increase the impact of the awareness campaigns?
Well, I'd like to support what my colleagues has just said about the impact or the blending of the measures, like you may refer to it as ease. So awareness campaigns aside with enforcement, they go side by side. And you know, to measure the impact, we have to understand what causes or what are the types of aberrant behavior that we are trying to target and change through these campaigns. So we'd like to distinguish between intentional violations and dangerous errors. So, and you have lapses as well. So the intentional violations are these violations that you commit, you know they are dangerous, but for sort of convenience or a habit, you do it. So people, when they overspeed, when they tailgate, when they use their phones while driving, they know it's dangerous. It's not the case that they didn't know it, but that's the violation that they commit. So this is a segment you have to deal with differently than the other segment, which commits dangerous errors. And these errors are mainly related to lack of knowledge or inexperience. So such as, for example, a driver crossing or entering a pedestrian area without decreasing the speed, or maneuvering without looking at his side mirror. These are different. So you tackle them through perhaps education, and when you said ease, there are some engineering also, mitigation measures, which is related to the road itself, the guidance signals that would guide people to know, to avoid these errors.
And the calming measures.
And the calming measures, etc. Yeah. So and these go again, like the violations. To get the highest impact of the violations, it has to come side by side with enforcement, as Dr. Brita said.
Dr. Engineer Annie, you're coming from virtual reality, you're coming from the metaverse world to us.
I'm actually coming first from the science world and then to the educational field, and all this one in the context of metaverse, VR, and all this kind of things. So I have a very diverse portfolio myself.
Yeah, how those technologies are enhancing the behavior of the users?
Actually, VR, if we look at the history, when we first heard about VR and AR technology, it all has been used for entertaining. Me, as an educator, I saw immediately the opportunity of using VR and AR for education. Why? Because first, it gives a lot of immersion of the content, and when we talk about education, who do we educate? We mostly educate young generation, and they are so hungry for immersive content and engagement that if we try to, right now, if you try to engage your kids that are the age between 5 to 15,
you will have a very hard time to involve them into any kind of learning. So they have a very different perception of how the content needs to be presented to them. Then the VR, with all its immersiveness of content that can be created, it's an immediate opportunity for educators to create portable simulators. Before we had very heavy simulators. Right now we can have a simulator in a glass set, in a portable computer. We put it under the hand and we move around. So we have portable simulators where we can practice in a safe environment, immersive environment, and with regards of science, with the new VR headsets, we can track eye, we can try head, something that it wasn't possible before in, for example, the simulators, long time back, the simulators with the screens. We weren't able to track eye movement or head tracking, which is very important for the driving behavior. And something that is very important with the VR and these technologies, and something that is more modern, is that we can implement gamification into digital training.
Exactly.
Why gamification is so interesting is because games are the only thing that can make you follow rules voluntarily. In real life, we don't like to follow rules, but through games, we actually follow rules absolutely voluntarily. So if we combine following rules voluntarily, immersive content presented in an engaging way, and we have the opportunity to practice this one over time and over time. It is proven that if we do one thing, the same thing, over 21 days, it is proven that it can become a habit. And what is a habit? Actually, if we succeed to turn something into habit, we already have a behavior change. So why AR and VR is important? Behavior change is possible because of immersiveness, because of gamification, because of allowing us to repeat in an engaging way the same and the same thing, and mostly because it's digital, not because it's only VR or AR, because it's digital. It allows to track all this information, collect this information, analyze this information, and make predictions of how we can possibly react in the future. So behavior models can be created, can be analyzed, can understand what drives to certain behavior, and we can create other tools or methods or tools or games that can help us to correct this behavior and to go towards where we want to go.
Thank you so much. Keeping the technology in campaigns or in awareness campaigns, Vincenzo, how the neurophysiological, sorry, I'm not, how the neurophysiological approach may help to identify the critical aspect in giving impactful awareness campaigns.
Okay.
First, tell us more about this terminology of neurophysiological
approach. Yeah. By neurophysiological approach, we can consider it as the analysis of neurophysiological signals, for example, the electroencephalography, but also all of the signals related to the brain activity. So we can collect electroencephalography, but also other signals such as the electrodermal activity, which is strongly related to the autonomous nervous system. All the signals can give us a further indication about the user, the driver mental state. And what is the added value of this approach in terms of, in the automotive context? The added value is that through this approach, we are able to identify indications or we are able to characterize mental states that are actually not perceived by the driver himself. For example, we conducted a study about mental drowsiness identification, and we identified a specific pattern of the EEG signal, which is directly related to the drowsiness appearance. So by analyzing this pattern, we are actually able to predict when the drowsiness is going to happen on the user. So even if the driver is not perceiving to be drowsy or not perceiving to be drowsy enough to get a stop, we are able to identify it and we are able to communicate it to the driver. That's the added value that we can provide in this context.
Great, thank you. Dr. Britta, awareness campaign impact on driver behavior. We said it's related to many other E's. We were having you today for the first awareness campaign training for campaigners who want to really do it as per the best practice. Can you tell us more about this standardization model related to awareness campaign and why it was not before an issue, but now I believe we are conducting it for the first time in the region, and there is lots of requests so that we'll implement some protocols related to this. Maybe because there is more social media or the audience are wider, or maybe because the technology is coming on board and we can go niche audience. May you elaborate more on this?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
I think the reason to engage in standardization or a more standardized approach to campaigning is really that you want to have value for money, isn't it? So you want to focus on those campaigns that actually really are going to deliver an impact on driver behavior, rather than putting a lot of communication out there for the sake of communication but not achieving its goal. There is a lot of communication or awareness campaigns in many different countries, and over the years, those different approaches have been evaluated, and as research is progressing, we know more about what works and what doesn't work. So, for example, what we do know is that general messages are not a good idea. If you are campaigning, if you put out a message, then be as specific about the behavior that you want to see, or that behavior that you don't want to see, as you can. A general message in "be safe" doesn't tell the recipient very much. In what way are you supposed to be safe? Should you drive slower? Is it to do with the fact that you don't wear your seatbelt? So a general message, "be safe," doesn't add much. So I think we can do a lot better. So one of the things is, as I just said, for the campaign message to be specific. The second thing, and this links back to the question of channel, of communication channel, is who are you trying to reach? One of the big problems with campaigns is that first you need to see them, then you need to read the message, you need to understand the message, you then expect the message to take so much hold of you that you're willing to think about a behavior change. You then need to introduce a behavior change and implement it, and you need to maintain this new behavior until it is stabilized and has become a habit. So if you just think about that whole chain of events, explains probably why impactive road safety campaigns don't just happen overnight. And if you look at a lot of countries, they will have a unifying agency that will set for example, the campaign priorities for over the course of a year, and they will work over many years on changing the behavior of the society and the social norms that there are. But there's also really successful campaign examples. For example, the British Department for Transport Think campaign that has done economic evaluation of the life saved, of the damage not done over the course of many decades. And it has found that just economically speaking, it makes good sense to implement effective campaigns, evaluate what you're doing, and trying to improve on that all the time.
Thank you. Indeed, I believe during the first road safety strategy is that we work on it in Abu Dhabi, and I don't know if anyone from the health authority is here, but a study shows that if a UAE national is with his family and due to respect reason and ethical reason don't drive fast. However, if he's alone, he might drive fast. That's why the message at the campaign, if you remember, was focusing on telling the father to come back, and we did it during Ramadan time, to come back safe to his family. And we took him out from the iftar due to an accident, and it has a big impact at that time. I cannot say more. I want to ask you now, dear panelists, on a specific campaign that really impact you as an expert, and why did this campaign impact you? We'll start.
Well, there is a campaign which affected me, but I'm sorry it's not related to traffic, but it's really
No problem, no problem, doctor.
Well, in spring holiday, people usually go in Kuwait, go to the desert and make a tent and spend much time there. The campaign was focused in, when you finish, be sure to take all your family and children and go back safely to your home. What happened is, the campaign is, I'm not sure if it is the right story or not. When they finish, they go back to home, and the husband and wife ask about their daughter. The wife tell the husband, the daughter with another family, with her sister. Then they go, all of them go home, and they leave the daughter in the desert. And when they become night. And they try to search for her for a long time, but they didn't find. They find them in the morning when she is dying, because there is a snake come to it and beat it and die. That's happened to me when I was going to the desert after maybe 20 years. I asked my wife, where is my daughter? She told me she's with her sister. I told him, go to see her now before we leave the desert. So I think this is the most campaign effective.
Thank you so much. Vincenzo.
Yes, something that really affected me. I saw it during, we were testing different campaigns for advertisement on TV, and I saw this campaign. Basically, there was a kindergarten with a lot of children playing in the garden, and then there is a man. I mean, the movie was like a movie, like an advertisement of a special model of car, and this guy was in a rush because he had a call from the hospital, and so he was running, driving very fast, and then there was when he was close to this kindergarten, he lost the control of the car, and the car actually went in the garden with all the children, and a lot of them were hit by this car. And so the message was, yours is not the only story, meaning that, okay, you might have a lot of urgencies, but please consider even the others. And this affected me because especially the children playing in the garden in a positive environment, everything was nice, and then something very very dramatic appeared.
Thank you. Dr. Lang?
Yeah, I actually really thought there's a Parisian road safety authority, but not road safety, the Parisian authority, transport authority, implemented a really interesting campaign whereby they, at a pedestrian crossing with a pedestrian light, they installed kind of a speaker system combined with a camera, and every time that a pedestrian crossed the pedestrian crossing on red, that speaker camera system would play the sound of approaching and a braking vehicle. And then the camera would take a picture and immediately display that picture of the person, of that jaywalking pedestrian on a billboard. And you can debate whether it's a good idea to sort of use shock tactics, sort of, but that's not always a good idea. But what I think the aim of the campaign was to interrupt the habit that we very often behave in traffic without thinking at all about what we are doing. We are driving from A to B, we have no memory of how we got there. We are just on autopilot, and I think autopilot is, from a safety perspective, sometimes a very risky thing to be on. And so what that campaign did, it tried to make us aware it tried to remind us that it's dangerous to be on autopilot rather than scanning your environment. And yeah, so that was my favorite one.
Dr. Annie?
First, I would like to mention how in marketing, how we measure that one campaign is effective. If we talk about social media, we talk about how many people we reached first. And second one, we talk how many people actually clicked or reacted to our advertising. Doesn't matter they responded or just clicked, liked or something. So, and how we know that we actually achieve our purpose is that we need to provoke a reaction. Some kind of reaction is the first step, because behavior change, as Dr. Britta said, it doesn't happen overnight. But the shock element, I think, is something that plays a very good role in an effective campaigns, especially with regards of safety. What campaign made me a very deep impression, and this is something that every one of us doing, while we are driving, we are very often using our phones. It is proven that every look at our phone actually takes 5 seconds of our time. We don't realize it, 5 seconds, because we drive and we still believe we can manage driving safely, because it's just, I'm just having a quick look on my phone, it doesn't bother, but actually it takes exactly 5 seconds to deviate your attention. One campaign made me impression, I don't know which country made this advertisement, I saw it on YouTube and it really shocked me. It was, there is a people staying in a cinema and they're having movie, they're eating popcorns, etc. Once of a sudden, the movie stops and you see black screen and they're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you realize actually the meaning of 5 seconds. 5 seconds is quite long if you look at the black screen. You know, because when you talk about I'm driving and I'm spending 5 seconds of my time to look at my message, while driving, these 5 seconds are like this. This is theory of Einstein as well, relativity. We think it's like this. But actually, if you think about how long are 5 seconds, and when I was looking at this movie cinema, I'm looking at cinema, and once of a sudden, I see black screen for 5 seconds. And then you see, oh my gosh, 5 seconds are a very long time. Imagine these 5 seconds. If you see black screen and if you think about how many things can happen in 5 seconds and how much is the reaction time when we drive, actually the reaction with Britta, we worked for over a year of first real-time hazard perception testing and training tool with the VR. So we have a lot of measurements about reaction time, everything that from perceiving of hazards to reaction of hazards and how long does it take, and there's a lot of studies about this. So 5 seconds in the context of road safety, 5 seconds is 3 lives actually. So this is relativity of time. and very good, effective campaign that I still remember because I understood the difference 5 seconds in a movie when nothing happened and 5 seconds when I think it's 1 second on my attention while driving. So that's why since that time I am trying my best. I don't say that I'm always doing it, but it influenced my behavior. Like 95% of my time I'm trying to switch off and not use my phone while driving because these 5 seconds are very long time while driving.
Thank you. In this 5 seconds, we might cross, imagine, most of the stage. So in 5 seconds, if we miss if we are on 110 kilometers per hour, in 5 seconds, we can cross this whole distance. So thank you, doctor, for this. Dr. Hamad, anything from your mind?
From a personal perspective, I think what my colleague was saying about using mobile phones, actually, I think the shock factor makes a big difference when, you know, one day I was with a friend and I was looking at my phone. He counted the seconds for me. So then he told me, Hamad, you stayed 15 seconds on your phone. And I wasn't expecting, you know, that it took that long. So it's even more than 5. But regarding the shock factor, you know, if people know the statistics, I was reading an article that day which says that the probability of committing an accident while using your phone increases from 3 to 6.5 times than person who's not using his phone. So that's equivalent to, you know, driving while being at the effect of alcohol. So it's that dangerous. And surprisingly, you know, these accidents that happen due to using our phones, data shows that it happens mainly in low-speed roads. So roads that are at 60 kilometers per hour, 40 kilometers per hour, that's the case in Abu Dhabi. Which means that, you know, people may, you know, and high-speed roads, they may have, you know, some sort of understanding about the risks. But when we are in like low-speed roads, we think that it's safe. But unfortunately, these you know, accidents, which are a result of using mobile phones, 40% of them in Abu Dhabi result in pedestrian accidents, which is really very risky. So I think, you know, just getting back to our topic about the
effective
the impact, the shock factor. Really, when you look at the statistics, people are rational when they know the numbers, and you know they make sense of. Then they could understand how severe is the behavior that they are committing to is.
I think a lot of the time we as humans, we think that it doesn't happen to us, it happens to the others. And because it happens to the others, the perception of risk and hazard is actually not something that we really understand. And perception of risk and hazard is actually cognitive skills and can be trained. But even if you are trained, it doesn't mean that I'm trained to recognize hazard and I can chat over the phone while I'm driving. Because, as Dr. Hamad said, it's reaction time is a reaction time. So if your focus is deviated, your reaction time will be 3, 5, 6, 10 times slower than in a normal condition. And higher the speed, you know, more dangerous it becomes because your reaction time is one thing, but also your physical reaction to the hazard, the stopping distance increases with the increase of speed. So all these parameters put together are not to neglect. When we look, accident happened to other people, not to me, but nobody is actually safe. Because safety is something that we need to take care of every day. Doesn't matter if we're experienced driver, if we're novelty driver. I think with Britta we looked at statistics in the UAE that actually majority of the accidents in UAE are done by experienced drivers. So the most severe accidents are done by experienced drivers rather than novelty drivers, because novelty drivers realize they cannot drive well, so they're more careful when they drive, and they also drive slower. which increases their chance to react properly when they meet a hazard.
Indeed, Doctor, we know that in Emirates Driving Company, we teach our students on 2 or 3 second rule. This is based on studies because we need to keep 2 seconds or 3 seconds in front of us because there is a reaction time to see the hazard, then there is an action time to brake. And this, if we add any time, additional time, 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, we are at risk. I believe through the panel, really I want to thank you for this amazing discussion. And I believe we'll conclude by saying to everyone who is here, we are investing in awareness campaign. And the big investment is on the media. Not to have an informative or unimpactful messaging and paying the same amount. Let's invest more on building the content. And building the content, as the esteemed panelists have mentioned, need to be based on certain measures, based on some tactics related to how we are addressing and to whom we are addressing those messages. That's why we called you. We are happy to invite you to attend the accredited training for the organizer of Public Safety and Mobility Awareness Campaign. This is an accredited training. You can contact us for this, and we thanks Global Driving Standard Certification for supporting this certification, and especially thanks for Dr. Britta Lang, who has initiated this, this course. Now we'll leave the floor to questions. I can see Dr. Reem, please. Mike, please.
Hello, thank you so much for a very interesting topic, a very special interest to me. I would like to ask Dr. Britta, what's the importance of consistency and continuity with these messages? Because sadly, like you said, I totally agree, can't agree more that the message should be researched. You need to know your audience. You need to actually pre-test your concept and know it will work, and then evaluate it to see where you're going to go next. Continuity, sadly, so many people just do it. We did an ad. I mean, even when they create budgets, they create it for like 1 year, but then they forget that this is a continuous action. And I would like to give an example. Did you ever ask yourselves why Pepsi-Cola and Coca-Cola and McDonald's are still advertising, though they have a very small product? So if you think the same way about awareness, then I think they did a good job. Nobody doesn't know Pepsi-Cola or Coca-Cola. So I would like you to talk from a psychologist's point of view about the importance of continuity of such messages and re-evaluating them to see how you take them and how that affects the awareness of people. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Reem, and a pleasure to have you here today and asking those questions. I think that's a really, really important point because, as you just said, Pepsi and Coca-Cola haven't stopped advertising. Why, why haven't they stopped? Now, on the one hand, we are talking about new generations of road users. We were just talking about the young generation coming on stream and sort of favoring different channels and maybe sort of watching YouTube influencers promoting a road safety message. And I think the changing element is in the channel, in the best way, a form of communication that you may use to get the message across. Where the continuity is required is that you take the campaign topics such as mobile phone use, distraction of any kind, speeding, what else do we have here in the UAE? Close following on the motorway, typical one. so that you continue to monitor your road safety KPIs. So, and that can be, of course, road traffic collisions. Where do they happen? Do you have accident black points? What time of day do they happen? Are there certain streets? Because it may actually be that it's not just an awareness campaign that is the solution to this particular problem. It might just be that the junction is laid out in such a way that red light jumping is really easily done without bad intentions. So the data-led approach to identifying themes and then sticking with those themes through the generations is a really important point. And what I wanted to also say and add to what Dr. Annie just said, we need to embed and start the good behaviors early. We know from our own experience that it's much, much more difficult to get rid of a bad behavior or a bad habit than establishing a good one in the first place, which is why I think road safety needs to be a topic for school. It should be integrated in the school curriculum. It can be done in such a way that it's fun. We've listened to Dr. Annie talking about the power of gamification and engaging children at an early age to understand, get the necessary knowledge, but also experience the fun of doing it right. So continuity over the lifespan is also an interesting and important point. And yes, we need to do it over and over again because we are going to deal with new generations of road users over and over again.
I would like to add something into it. So if you look at the social media development, right now, which one is one of the most popular media, and actually everyone started to copy them? Actually, look at the business model and actually the social media of TikTok. TikTok is actually content in kilograms, I'm saying. So imagine everything is like 5 seconds, 5 seconds. This is the average length of a content. So people are now used to browse like this, the content, and this is one content, another content, another content. You see that this is very effective and growing social media. Actually, YouTube and Instagram, they started, and Facebook, they started to implement the same techniques. What does it talk to us as users? First of all, it's already proven that the attention span of the human is less than a goldfish. This is something which is scientifically proven. So we are literally less attentive than a goldfish, which is a very scary thing. So with our attention span being so low and with social media that are brainwashing us with 5 seconds content, it means that something to reach into our heads, it needs to be repeated much longer and much more time than it was used to be repeated to us before. Why? Because we already have a wrong behavior habit of consuming content 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds. So that's why I think if we want to have more effective campaigns in the future, just because we perceive the information already differently due to the different social media, we need to have a higher repetition of the content in short messages. Even in learning nowadays, the most effective learning campaigns are micro-learning. So we serve bits and pieces in very short moments, concentrated, very short, but regularly, rather than putting people in long lectures or communicating long campaigns. Do you think now, who is doing now 3 minutes corporate videos? Nobody's doing this one. Instagram changed to 1 minute. TikTok is now changing to 5 seconds. So do we need to repeat? Yes, this is how it sticks from our short memory to the long memory. It's just with the future, we have to repeat more and more in a different way.
Thank you. Any other question? Doctor, please, to Dr. Musa'ad.
This will be our last question for the panel, so we are running out of time.
Thank you, Haneen. So last question by Dr. Musa'ad. تفضل. كمان عندك سؤال ما له مشكلة.
Thank you very much for an interesting topic. I think one important factor we need to add to it is insurance companies. Like if you're a young person, bachelor, insured your company in the Western countries, the premium will be very high. Whereas if you're a father with kids, the premium will be very low, lower than. So we need to consider implementing this in our Arab world. Back again to the social media. We all know the effect of the social media. My question is there any study mentioning the car accident reduction before and after? The reduction, is it going to be 5%, 50, 25? How much? Is there any studies regarding, okay, after the campaign, the reduction will, so how much the percentage after the campaign? Can I have your feedback, please?
Can I just clarify that I understood your question correctly? So you're asking about the drop in, what's the parameter? That
Percentage.
Percentage drop in casualties, accidents in what?
A car accident.
Car accidents.
In general,
oh yes,
in
yes,
general.
yes. Yeah. This is the. I mentioned a study earlier on about the road safety campaigns on average leading to a drop of around 8 to 10% in accident numbers. That's based on research by a group of Belgian researchers from 2009. So 280 different campaigns on average, around 8 to 10% drop in accidents.
Mr. Ammar Al-Attar, تفضل, from RTA, تفضل.
Thank you, George. I think training is important, awareness is important. It will help improve the skill of the drivers, but I believe one of the important things is enforcement to control behavior. Like for example, in UAE, we don't have, like in the top 3, if you see the causes of accident, we don't have speeding because speed cameras is everywhere. Like, this is what I think. So what do you think? Is it an important thing, enforcement, or something that we can control behavior by only awareness campaigns?
Yeah, I think we mentioned that. So they should go side by side. One good example we could mention, which was done by Abu Dhabi Police, was a very successful example on awareness for drivers stopping at when a school bus gets down the stop sign. And along with that, the traffic law was updated so that we have enforcement for the driver, school driver, bus driver, and I think that was like 6 points or I cannot.
1,000 dirham.
1,000 dirham. That was for the driver. For the drivers, 500 dirhams, I think.
Yeah.
For the bus driver, it's 500. And for the other drivers who are not stopping when seeing the arm, it's 1,000 with 10 points. So that's quite harsh enforcement. And along with that, there was an art campaign. So that was, I think, a successful example that we implemented in UAE. And I hope to see the same with the distracted driving and other behavior.
But why actually enforcement? Actually, in behavioral psychology, it's called operant conditioning. So the brain, even we think we know a lot, our brain, actually the brain is still in a big part like a big black box. So we don't actually know what's happening inside. We think we know, but actually this science is still not very established. But what we can measure in the brain is what signal we put to the brain and how we react to this signal. So we have a signal and we have an outcome. Then a more advanced thing is, okay, we have the income, we have the outcome, but how we can correct behavior actually with this outcome signal that comes from the brain. So we have a reaction and we have our counter reaction. Then it's called operant conditioning. We introduce rewards or punishments in order to correct behavior. And this is something that is very used in gaming. So why you have points and rewards? Because you do something nice, you do something and you have a constant feedback of how you did it. And because you know constantly how you did it, you know, and you also, the point system, for example, in gaming tells you how well you did it. So if you have more points, you did it better. In a serious life, a lot, and in driving behavior, one of the things that absolutely work are punishments, and which are under the form of enforcement, like fine. If you pay a fine, you will not overspeed because it will affect your pockets. So this is what makes us follow rules in one way or another and help us to correct behavior. So this in psychology is called operant conditioning. So rewards or punishment, they are both effective, depends how we want to use them. In road safety, most is with fines, but I saw one effective campaign in one country, I think it might be Holland. So they have put like a smiley face. So they put a speed camera, and when you're driving, if you're driving according to the rule, so instead of penalizing people, they were putting a smiley face if you're following according to the speed set. And actually they realized that the people, because it gives them the smiley face, and this is kind of a small gamification, actually they noticed like it was like 70% increase of the people following the rules and actually not overspeeding, not the fines, but a smiley face if you're driving according to the traffic speed. So it was for me very nice example of how positive rewarding actually can influence behavior.
Yeah, it's indeed, Ammar, between the perceived value and the perceived cost. So you need to create this balance in campaigning so that you can shift the behaviors toward what you need. And this is work together. For example, we can see in many countries, the fine is based on your salary. This is exactly to impact you. For example, you are rich, I know. If you want to pay the fine, the fine for 500 dirham only, you might don't care about it. So in your mind, you don't think about it. You think about Mr. Bahrouzian or Mr. Ali, who is waiting for you. So this is something that will play between perceived cost and perceived value. Thank you so much. I believe it was a great discussion. Thank you for the panelists. A big applause for them, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Mr. George, and all the panelists. It was a very interesting panel discussion. We are running out of time, and we have 2 more speaking sessions before we award the speakers. Next, we will have on stage, and I hope it will not take long, with Mr. Jan Polak, Director of CHEEK NGO. And he will be presenting to us Let's Learn to Survive project.
Dear EFA members, colleagues, guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jan Polák, and I'm a founding member and director of a Czech NGO called Road Safety Team. As the name indicates, our activities are concentrated around the topic of road safety, especially around the human factor and education. It was more than a decade ago we have started several projects which later expanded from regional to countrywide. Some of them even became international. Our projects are aimed at road safety of children, some of them at cyclists and some of them at general public. All in all, they entail a lot of daily activities across the Czech Republic. Today I'm going to present one of our oldest and the most important project called Let's Learn to Survive. This project focuses mostly on motorcyclists, but with some activities we also address other road users who we want to make aware of motorcyclists' presence on the road. But before anything else, we have to look why the project and its activities are so important. We have some latest figures from the Czech Republic, but I think that displayed tendencies should be highly similar in your countries. First is the upward trend of the number of registered motorcycles. As you can see, motorcycling is increasing in popularity. Year after year, we have more bikers on our roads. The average increase in last decade is around 2.8% every year. Beside that, a long-term survey which we carried out during the project also showed us that the reason why people drive motorcycles is not transportation, but in most cases it is leisure and relaxation. And it means only one thing. The passion simply leads to a higher speed and higher risk. The second reason, motorcycling still causes many deaths and serious injuries in comparison to other transportation types, especially in the terms of the number of kilometers driven, and in many European countries also the limited season. In the Czech Republic, every year around 14 to 15% of the total deaths and serious injuries on the roads are related to motorcycling. A deeper look into statistics also reveals that young beginner drivers are not the only problematic group, and we have to focus on middle-aged and senior drivers too. It doesn't matter if they are new or if they are returning to motorcycling after some period of time. Motorcycling is obviously more dangerous than any other transportation type due to higher speed, faster acceleration, and limited possibilities of safety gear. That means a higher vulnerability for drivers. Third, in some driving schools, we still see insufficient education in basic driving school courses, where there is not enough time to teach all the necessary skills. For instance, in the Czech Republic, only 13 hours of mandatory training are required. Simply said, in this short period of time, teachers don't have a chance to prepare drivers properly for safe driving. And when you talk to reputable or specialized driving schools, they say that 25 hours is the minimum to teach only the basics. So if there is not enough time to, in basic courses, something should be done later. Unfortunately, there is an obvious lack of postgraduate education for motorcyclists, which is not mandatory, and offer of these kinds of courses is limited. Also, requirements or standards aren't defined by law, and that could lead to different quality levels. We see some well-publicized projects in the Czech Republic, but when it comes to the quality, it is simply not well done. And final and closely linked problem to previous is we still don't have 100% effective continuous education and practice possibilities for driving school teachers, instructors, and also examiners. It is very necessary to educate them more than once at the beginning of their career. So, these are the main reasons why we are more active nowadays, and I have to say the things are moving faster than ever. And I have to thank all the involved parties, especially to Czech Association of Driving Schools, which is a perfect partner for our project. So, what have we done so far in the project Let's Learn to Survive? We organize postgraduate courses all across the Czech Republic. These courses entails repeating basics and advanced training of skills. We focus on, for instance, stability practice, emergency braking, or correct cornering. In theoretical part of the course, we have seminars on driving psychology, typical driver mistakes, and first aid. All our one-day courses are in our project are free of charge, and around 1,000 motorcyclists attend them every year. I should mention here, we don't have a chance to educate every rider. So the main goal of this activity is to create a habit that visiting such a course at least once a year is necessary. We can also say that the goal is to create and increase public demand for this kind of postgraduate training. The next activity, methodology and special courses for professionals. This part of project is, in my opinion, the most important one. The multiplication and spreading of correct procedures to driving school teachers, instructors, and examiners is exactly what we need to boost and adjust our educational system. So we have created a very comprehensive material which is completely free of charge and available online. It includes the description of typical driver mistakes in single and also multiple vehicle collisions, their consequences and typical injuries. Legal background, for example, the process of gaining driving license and the system of examination. A lot about safety gear, European and domestic law for testing and introducing safety gear into markets, and also guidance on how to choose the right safety features of your riding equipment. Next is the explanation of safety vehicle features and technology that helps drivers to prevent accidents. And on the other hand, also an explanation why it is not good to just blindly rely on it. Next is theory of safe driving, from basics like how to hold a handlebar to advanced explanations on how stability and speed work, or how a correct look into a curve could help to avoid a crash. A very interesting part of our material is a point called physical fitness, with a lot of exercises for your body important for safe driving. It is because the physical fitness, a good balance, and also mental fitness are also an integral part of riding safety. Nowhere else is this as important as on a motorcycle. And it is really surprising how fitness influences safe driving. The next chapter is dedicated to driving psychology, and it's again a manual how to integrate this topic into the courses. And the last point, and we can say the core of the methodology, is a detailed description of training exercises with instructions, drawings, correct timing, and instructional videos. This point is divided into two parts. Slow speed practice, focusing on stability and on the basic control of motorcycle, and high speed training like evasive maneuver, apex rules, or where to look while cornering, etc. Both parts contains 14 exercises in total, which you can conveniently use in your cars. Our methodology also contains brochures, and these are also free of charge, and everyone can download them, print them, and use them for their own purpose. Also very important are our seminars and driving training days for professionals. These all-day courses contain a lot of practice on motorcycle, driving psychology, physical fitness training, and also a detailed seminar on methodology, which I was talking about. In 2022, we organized 14 of them and for 250 professionals. And the feedback for these courses was incredible, and it only underlined the necessity of this activity. Next activity is PR. As I mentioned at the beginning, we also address other road users who we want to make aware of motorcyclists' presence on the road. It is very important to speak to them. For instance, in the Czech Republic, more than 14% of accidents involving motorcycling are caused by those other road users. So we published a lot of press releases with various motorcycling topics, and we have a very good results in the media. We also monitor and report on dangerous road sections where accidents happen more frequently or when their consequences are more serious. And the results are viral videos which we use on social media with very good impact. And finally, there is one activity in our project I want to show you, and it's the hazard perception app we've been developing for a few years, and I personally think it's very useful. It's going to be brief because you saw the presentation of my colleague Jiří Novotný, and you can try this app in our booth that is placed right behind you. I just wanted to say that the term hazard perception is often discussed in the terms of possibility to help educators, and it is really true. Thanks to technology, now we can show beginners dangerous situations and not just wait when they happen in reality. It is also a very effective way to teach how to solve these situations and give our students memorable explanations. Since we have started, we have tried a lot of ways and approaches, and I have to say we have some experience with creating a hazard and prediction app. So we have created a very unique software that is able to work with videos and animations. And long story short, it's a game where you detect possible or ongoing dangers, mark them, and get the points for reaction speed and correct identification of the danger. We have already captured more than 40 videos with various dangers, and I would like to invite you to our booth to try our new app. I think our project can be used as a framework in other countries, and it is quite easy to adapt almost everywhere. And we are open to any cooperation leading to better future in our roads. Thank you very much for your attention. Enjoy the rest of this great event.
Thank you, Jan. Does anyone have any questions?
And finally, I have a summarizing video for you, if there is time.
Anyone has any questions? You're gonna. Thank you for the nice video summarizing the presentation. Now, I would like to invite for our final speaker session before we do the closure and the awarding ceremony. Welcome with me on stage, Mr. Aleš Horikica from Czech Republic, the chairman of Driving School Association. Yes. Mr. Aleš will be presenting to us about Start Driving, Safe Driving. Please.
Dear friends, I'm really like to be here, and please, at the beginning of my presentation, allow me apologize for quality of my English, because my friends from IFA knows that I doesn't speak very well, but we have special word for that. That's like Chenglish, you know. So please be careful about me and don't be hesitate on me. My name is Aleš Horčička, and I'm still president of Driving School Association of the Czech Republic in this time. And I would like to present really fast because I know that you are a little bit tired now, and I hope that I will be not last, but not least. Please, I would like to present Project Start Driving, which is project about the second phase of education in the Czech Republic. In this time, I would like to say thank you for my friend Stefan Ebner from Austria, because he is invented for us in Czech Republic the idea how to present the project of something like that in Czech Republic. Who causes car accidents? I know everybody knows from you that all drivers are not the car accidents problematic people. In Czech, in the whole world, is the problem with the young drivers. You can see on this presentation that in Czech Republic, on average, 19 drivers cause a traffic accidents out of 100 drivers. Well, because my English is like Chenglish, it's maybe will be better print you or let you see our project on the video, please.
Jo, je to hezký tady, líbí se mě to.
V reálném provozu v podstatě nemám šanci si to vyzkoušet bezpečně, že jo?
Je to tady fajn, já myslím, že mi to i hodně dá, je to super.
ten výukový den je rozdělen na dvě části. V dopolední části účastníci absolvují workshop dopravního psychologa nebo dopravní psycholožky, absolvují přednášku týmu silniční bezpečnosti a zároveň jsou zde vždy připraveni 4 učitelé autoškol se 4 auty a ti účastníci jedou ven do provozu, kde vlastně ti učitelé je upozorní na případné nedostatky, které ty účastníci mohou mít.
Přišla jsem proto, že mám teďka nově řidičák a chtěla bych se něco nového naučit.
Sice řídím každý den, ale určitě se tady přiučím, jak se chovat na vodě.
Myslím si, že mi to pomůže k tomu, abych řídil bezpečněji, protože se tady můžu vyzkoušet.
Mně se to moc líbí. Těším se, až se vystřídám taky.
Ta odpolední část probíhá vždycky na tom konkrétním polygonu, kdy v té odpolední části jsou účastníci rozděleni do 3 skupin a na 3 pracovištích si vyzkouší různé krizové situace, které mohou na silnici nastat. Může to být krizové brždění, vyhnutí se překážce, případný nedotáčivý smyk, případně přetáčivý smyk, aby ti účastníci byli na tyto situace připraveni a v reálném provozu dokázali na tu krizovou případnou situaci reagovat.
Yes, you can see the video show us that we are really interested to make the young people open-minded to another education after the driving school. Please, can I put it somewhere there? I would like to make something about the history of this project, because the idea was inspired by the Austrian driver education when we visit Stefan in Pachfurt. And in 2019, we tried to start pilot project of the courses. We start only with 30 persons, but the last 3 years we really worked on the education, and we really worked to make our project much more increase. In this time, we are something around 2,500 young drivers pass start driving, and you can see that it's able to not to make it by law and make it like voluntary second phase, and it is possible to do it in your country too. Basic parameters from start drivings are these. This project makes 72 number of courses on the whole Czech Republic from the east to the west. On number of locations is the 8. And number of special courses we are preparing for driving school instructors and examiners is number 8, because the 8 is how you can see the number which is connected to budget, because our budget is 800,000 euros. You can see now the polygons throughout all the Czech Republic, and you can see now on the slide the course content, because we are not only focused to practice, we are connecting practice and theory. We have there traffic psychology workshop with an accredited traffic psychologist, presentation by the police of the Czech Republic, which is focused on the behavior of young drivers. And after that, we have their driving school, which are practical evaluating the young teacher after the driving school exam and obtaining their qualities. Emergency control of the vehicle on the training polygon and training the safety maneuvers, emergency braking, defensive driving is the afternoon part of the course. For your example, I would like show a little bit of the schedule of the day, because the day starts really early at 8 o'clock and finished after the 5 p.m. and the young teachers are a little bit tired after our day, because we really push on their education, and I hope that their tiredness is not connect only with their health, but it is connect with your special mindset after this course. You can see that the preparation and technical basement of these courses is not so big problem, and I hope it will be adapted to you too. Awesome 8 practice polygons throughout to the Czech Republic, 2 classrooms with multimedia technology per day, a little bit of refreshment and catering. Safe driving instructors are 3 on the project. Driving schools are connected through the 30 of them, and we need on the course 4 driving school trainers and 4 driving school vehicles. One accredited traffic psychology per day. You can see that we are focused to make a little bit online marketing intervention, and for us it's really satisfied that a lot of young people in Czech Republic are focused to make this course, and you can see that they are really interested to make a registration. We prepare for them a lot of materials and a lot of posts to all social network to show them not only how to register, but a little bit teach them after the courses. One thing was for me a little bit surprising, that a lot of normal television media was focused on this type of courses. A lot of Czech televisions was visiting our courses and connect us to much more visibility, and how I said, it's no problem for us to register these courses for a whole year. And this slide should for you explain that a lot of people who are visiting us are satisfied, are glad, and this day for them is not only education, and it's a little bit fun. I have only 3 recommendations for you. The first one will be driver education does not end with the exam. I think the second phase of education after the driving school is necessary to have and to prepare it by law, and maybe like a minimum standards to driving schools and the works after the driving school. The second phase of driver education makes sense and increase drive safety. I think it's really true. And the last one, young novice drivers want to learn practically. They want to learn not only online, they want to learn practically, and it's up to us, up to you, to prepare for them the courses like Start Driving. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a nice day.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay. So now we are going to proceed with the awarding of all the speakers and panelists by Mr. Khalid Al-Shmaili, our CEO of Emirates Driving Company. And after we're done with the trophy awarding, we will have a small closure summary that will explain day 1 and day 2. I would like to welcome on stage سيادة المقدم فهد العارفي من دائرة ترخيص الآليات والسائقين للقيادة العامة لشرطة أبو ظبي. Next, Mr. Stefan Ebner from Austrian Economic Chamber, from Austria. Mr. Jeroen Semester from Recator, Belgium. Okay, Mr. Jerome is currently not here, so we will go to the next one. Mr. Manuel Picardi, the EFA Secretary General from Italy. I would like to highlight from each organization we're providing a trophy for one of the members that is representing the organization. Next will be Mr. Michael Bennett from Jelly Learn, UK. Welcome with me on stage Dr. Jaka Sodevic from University of Ljubljana, Slovenia. Mr. Stanislav Dvorak from the Ministry of Transportation, Czech Republic. Engineer Aleš Horika from Driving School Association, Czech Republic. I am sorry, this is the second time. I tried my best. Mr. Juri S. from the Estonian Driving School Association, Estonia. Mr. Patrick Heckert from the SEPA Safe Driving and APAC. Mr. Vincenzo Ronca from Brain Science, Italy. Dr. Britta Lang from the Chartered Psychologist, Germany. Dr. Engineer Annie Atestova from Pixel Hunters UAE. Dr. Jamal Al-Mutawwa from Kuwait. Mr. Nicholas Accorso on behalf of Mr. Lorenzo. From the Mobiline Education, Secretary Rotter, France. Last but not least, Mr. Daniel Avolik from AV Living Lab, UAE. And I would like to thank every panelist and every expert that joined us to make this successful. And we hope to see you again next year. No, not next year, next summit. Now I would like to ask my... Okay. Thank you, Mr. Khalid Al-Shimeli. We are done.
While we are coming to the closing of this event, really we were glad to have you all. We thank all our partners, and you will see, everyone have asked for the presentation. You will see the presentation on our website, the summit website, as well as the recommendations. Just a quick reminder that at 5:30, Abdul Basit, at 5:30, the bus will be ready for you at similar to yesterday, so that you will have a visit for 4 hours in Abu Dhabi. You will see the Grand Mosque, you will see many touristic areas in Abu Dhabi. Tomorrow, this is not an end, because tomorrow we'll see you also in Emirates Driving Company. At the same area, we have the driver testing and the driver systems that you were all looking to see. So tomorrow from, inshallah, from 8:30 till 10:30, you will be in Emirates Driving Company before leaving to Dubai. For also a visit to Dubai, you will be going to the Burj Khalifa, going also to the top. Then a tour in Dubai, then the evening at the desert. We welcome you anytime to contact us for anything, and we're looking forward to see you soon. It's a promise from EDC management that this will happen again based on all your recommendations, and stay tuned to our social media, to our website, to tell you about our next version. Thank you so much for being with us. I want also to thank the team, the organizing team from ADNEC, from EDC, I don't want to go into names, but everyone has given a support to have a successful event. The last thanks is for our CEO for your kind support and dedication for this summit. Thank you so much.